It's all right. The desk is glass. It'll live.
Oh, if it's glass, it's harder to clean.
No, it's my old desk was like that horrible chipboard shit. That was weird.
Mine's that terrible stuff.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Let us know if you're there. Let us know in the comments how you're doing. What you're going to be getting up to during the sprints part of today, and whether you've read the book or not, whether you're going to join us in discussing the book or not. Before we jump into it, my lovely co-hosts can introduce themselves and say hello as well.
I'm back now. There we go.
We've been joined by the moon. I'm joking. When the stream ends, when the stream ends, you need to sing the moon song from Bear in the Big Blue House.
Oh my! Actually, I don't know why
we'll all sing it.
Why is it doing this to me? It's
you look
so
fine. Yeah. So, did you want to introduce yourself, Amy?
Yeah.
Well.
Pardon?
And then maybe give your thoughts on the book as well, if you would like to.
Yeah. Hi, Amy, otherwise known as Ducky Reads. 5 stars. Fabulous. Really interesting. It made me think about, and even as a disabled person myself, it made me think about so many things that hadn't actually occurred to me. Like, I found it really enlightening.
Definitely. Did you want to introduce yourself, Melissa?
Yep. Sorry, I'm just like fucking around. I'm Melissa. I have not finished the book.
It's all good.
But what I did read, it was very, very interesting. I am going to try and finish it today, as well. But it's what I have read so far is very, very interesting, and I don't think I fall into the category of sort of disabled person, but I have a lot of issues. And yeah, it's very good.
Well, we kind of often consider like mental health issues as well.
Yeah,
part of
definitely.
So it's definitely not like a gatekeepy kind of term.
No, it's definitely not. But
and a lot of this was talking about just being different as well.
Being different, yeah, that's the thing. I didn't manage to read much of it last night. I only got my hands on the library book yesterday, and I thought, I can read it tonight, and then I didn't. So
do not walk on my laptop, please. Thank you.
We might be able to get both Devon Rexes on the screen at some point. Tilly's not actually.
He's my pajama pants.
Enjoying the sun. I'm just doing makeup. Sorry to be obnoxious.
I got the right camera back again now. I just got out the shower like 5 minutes ago. I woke up 45 minutes ago like a zombie and was like, what's the time? I have things to do.
Like, at least I got up today. That's the goal.
Yeah.
My goal every day is I got out of bed. That's the start.
Got out of bed. Getting out of bed is great.
Yeah. Wow. I'm like, my hair's in a bun. I'm like, that's extending my getting ready. I'm like, yeah, that's fine.
Oh, you should have seen my hair. My hair when I got
had short hair.
It was.
Yeah, I feel like short hair would be challenging to style at times.
You get air in the morning.
I have the kind of Asian hair too, where sometimes even if you wet it or wash it, sometimes it will not behave.
No,
it just stays that way. So I'm a big fan of the backwards cap.
Yeah.
At least I can wet my hair and put a product in it, and it'll do what I want. For the most part, as long as my hair's got enough moisture in it, it's usually fine. Excellent.
I realized recently too, my brother has really curly hair, and my hair, as I get older, is starting to get wavy. And when I was a kid, I would have loved this. I would have loved this as a kid, but now as an adult, I'm like, no, I've gotten used to my straight hair.
You know how to, you know all the tricks now. Exactly. You know, you're like, I've got it sorted. Your mind changed about.
Even my son has shoulder blade length, like corkscrew hair, and I find his really hard to deal with.
Mine got really curly about 5-6 years ago, like really, really curly. It's always been curly, but now it's
really funny how that happens. Like it'll just change.
Yeah, I've got this annoying straight patch at the back though.
Oh yeah,
I'm just like,
I used to get like a streak of blonde when I was a
Pepper.
kid, and I don't know where that
Seriously?
went. I don't have it anymore.
come here.
That's sad.
Now I just have greys.
I'm getting plenty of those now.
I don't think I have any yet, but it's hard to tell when you're blonde.
Oh, mine aren't even greys; they are white.
Mine are very light.
Yeah, they are white, and they are a different texture to the rest of my hair. They'll do what they want.
Yep. I have one here that just goes. Boing.
Yeah, they just stick out.
Sorry,
don't-
Melissa, you're going to be covered again.
Oh, that's fine. We don't need to.
Why
see
is
my-
it not doing the thing where we move?
Yeah, it used
No,
to
I
do
think it's 'cause
that, and
it's
it
a
doesn't
custom.
anymore.
Yeah,
We
and this
don't-
is a custom
don't
one I
need to see
made.
my face. I'll just ruin everyone's day.
I need to read that. I feel like I'm behind.
So my friend told me to read Foxhole Court, and I was like, I'm not going to read that. I'm not going to like this book.
It's-
And then I binged it.
it's weird.
I binged all 4 of the books in that sort of series over like 2 days.
Oh my gosh, you actually
And
like them?
really, they were fun. I didn't think they were
They are
good.
fun.
Yeah.
I didn't think they were good, but they were really fun. And now she's telling me to read Icebreaker, and I'm like, do I trust you again?
Excuse me. Is it?
Do I trust you again? Because
Ooh, pepperoni off the bedside. Off.
Oh gosh, that sounds fun. I find this really interesting as well. Maybe this is coming from people that have read a lot of nonfiction about this sort of topic, because I have not. I don't read a lot of nonfiction, so it would be hard for there to be nothing new for me since my knowledge was pretty low. So I think the context of people's backgrounds with what they've read is always relevant with these sort of critiques. I feel. Love a bad, good, binge-worthy book.
Yeah.
they
Okay.
are so binge-worthy. Like
Sometimes we just
started-
want to read trash.
I
Ruby
could
Dixon.
not. I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop reading them. I had no idea what was going on for like 2.5 books. I'm not
Their
kidding you.
relationship is so weird as
It
well.
was so
Like,
it was so in my brain and then straight back out of my brain again. But I was having a great time. I
think you need that sometimes.
I
Oh
kept
yeah.
I kept updating my flatty on what was happening in these books, and he was like, "What are you reading?" I was like, "I don't know."
Blame my friend.
Like,
They're
I
just
don't
odd,
know.
But they're good.
I'm having a
and fun.
good time.
That's what matters.
Mm.
Okay, so we can go into the
Oh my
discussion
God.
for the book.
Like I don't know where my mouth is today.
That's usually me.
I'm being mellow, but inside my brain's like,
Oh, bro,
so I feel
same.
it.
Oh,
I feel it.
actually,
Um,
and I've got to take my daily meth.
do you say meth? I mean,
Yeah,
I'm sure you
my
say
AD
meth, but it sounds like
ADHD.
meth.
Oh no, I said
Yeah.
meth. My daily meth. My
Yep.
my
I've had mine.
ADHD pill. Yeah.
I need to go.
Yep.
Yeah, you can tell Amy and I have had ours where they.
Mhm. I've had my to-dos get done now. It's lovely.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
great.
I have mine
Right.
early because
Mm.
before you take it, you're not having a proper day because you're just like.
Yeah, it takes me too long to wake up as it is. I need
My
to get it
biggest
in
gripe.
by at least 9.
I have 2 big gripes with it.
Mm.
Like we have ADHD and we're expected to take a pill at the same time every day. And second, mine
This
isn't
is why-
subsidized.
This is why I didn't get Ritalin, because you've got to take
Yeah.
it 3 times a day. And I'm like, I will forget.
No, my
God,
my
no.
medication
Once
isn't,
is enough.
I got put
Mhm.
on what's it, Vyvanse, and it's not subsidized. So it
Mm.
cost me like $120 a month.
Mine's not either. It's rough. It's not that expensive
Oh.
though.
No,
Oh,
mine's
like-
nowhere near that
I
expensive.
know that-
Yeah.
Gosh.
I think
Mine's
in
like-
Aussie money, that's probably about $100.
Yeah, our dollars are not that different now. I don't.
No,
think.
they're not.
Yeah,
But,
mine's nowhere near that expensive.
I know I could get
Yeah.
it cheaper from a different pharmacy, but I'm familiar with this pharmacy, and I'm not
Oh.
changing.
I feel that on a visceral level. I feel that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Now, mine's like $40 a month, something like that. 45.
that's not
something like
bad.
that.
I wouldn't mind
Yeah.
that.
But I hit the cap
Mm.
before by like July anyway. So I'm not paying for my medication at all at the moment.
That's the good one.
Wild.
Like, yeah, I won't be paying for mine soon.
Love that.
Yeah. That may or may not be also why this boy down the hallway exists.
Love it. I don't even take it, so
At the moment, I'm like, yay, infertility.
Yeah, has benefits and bad
It
sides.
does. It does.
Dexamphetamine's what I'm on, Erin. Costs me so much.
Love it.
Mine's actually even called methylphenidate, so I can actually call it meth.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, so even if you haven't read the book, you can join our chat.
Yeah, I'm here, one of the hosts, and I haven't even finished reading it. So
yeah, I've sort of done a lot of questions around just the topics, so people can still join in whether they've read the book or not. So this is kind of the synopsis, like for the book, but I will just say that DeLuc is a white author and acknowledges that most of the discussions are from a white perspective, and encourages to further your reading to more intersectional disability discussions. And I am white myself, so
same.
Yeah, well,
just
half.
Just a lot of, I guess, what I know will be from a white perspective as well. But I don't know about the comments, and I won't say, where other people are coming from. But yeah, she acknowledged it, so I just wanted to acknowledge that as well. And then a little bit about the author. And she does have the book Wildlife coming out next year. I think that one was fiction. I can't remember if her other two books are fiction or not. I believe the second one in the middle there, The Centaur's Wife, was, but I think the top one might have been non-fiction as well. I'm not sure. But I thought that was the only book. I didn't realize they actually have more and one coming out next year. So I'm actually interested to try some of their fiction.
You know what I just realized? I think the reason I'm the moon is because the walls in here are black. Anyway, sorry.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, they weren't in your old house?
No, they were white. So the walls in here are like black and like a dark green. So maybe we'll
dark background.
I think you look fine.
It's better on this camera than on the other one.
I think you look fine. We're always our toughest critics, so that's always a joy. So I thought I'd go through some of the lesser known, I guess, fairy tales that are talked about in the book. I feel like a lot of what is known is what has a Disney movie.
Yeah.
Some of these were really awful though, so it's probably good they're not as well known. So one
old
was
fairy tales. Old fairy tales are like gory as
they're wild.
Yeah,
they're nasty.
Yeah. So one that was not great was Hans my Hedgehog. So a couple are unable to have a child, and the man says he'd love any child, even if they were a hedgehog. His wife then gives birth to a half-human, half-hedgehog child named Hans. After years of adventures, Han reveals it was all a costume and is only a human. Interesting. And then this one, which was also delightful, was The Girl Without Hands. A young woman's father makes a deal with the devil and has her hands cut off. She meets a king and they marry until the devil curses her again. After 7 years of separation from her husband, her hands are returned due to dedicated prayer.
Oh, hell yeah. We love a dedicated prayer.
Love that. And then, just in case people aren't aware of the original of The Little Mermaid, which is awful. I mean, the Disney, as I think Erin said.
They very much.
They're still not great.
Yeah.
They're toned down, but a lot of the awful parts are still there, but they're covered a little bit more. So a mermaid falls in love with a human. She has her tongue cut off in exchange for human legs. The prince chooses to marry another, and the mermaid decides to turn into sea foam instead of letting the prince die, which is lovely. So does anyone know of some other fairy tales or stories that kind of incorporate this kind of thing where differences or disabilities are kind of part of the tale and not necessarily done well, and sort of the kind of thing that we're discussing in this book. So yeah, we've had those examples. Anyone else can think of any others? There are others in the book as well. Or other like Disney movies that are along the same.
Cinderella originally with the ugly stepsisters, they had to like cut pieces off of their feet to try and fit into the shoes as well.
Yes, so that was definitely talked about.
Yeah,
in the book. I know that where I'm up to, she's referred to the prince being thrown from the tower and going blind in Rapunzel as well. Yeah.
Oh, I know one. Even the Disney version, the Hunchback of Notre Dame, she mentions this actually. How he's, because I remember watching it as a kid and thinking to myself, him and Esmeralda should have been together. That was always what I thought.
Do you know how that book ends?
Hey?
Do you know how that book ends?
No, I know. Obviously, I know how the movie ends, but I haven't read the story. But yeah, just the fact that.
Do you want me to tell you how the book ends?
Yeah, what?
She ends up in the relationship with the soldier, like always, but she is actually burned at the stake. And when she's buried, Quasimodo crawls into her grave, puts his arms around her, and dies.
Oh, bloody hell. I thought it was bad enough in the movie that one, he is constantly referred to as ugly and deformed. Literally, I remember they used those words. And on top of that, like, his happiness isn't sort of the main goal.
No,
even though he's the main character of the movie.
Yeah.
And he's just supposed to be happy with that.
Even the book treats him like that, but I think the book is more focused on the goodness of people overall than it is focused on what he's like, I guess. But it is also, he wrote that book specifically to describe the Notre Dame Cathedral as it was before it was changed. So
what is interesting to me, though, is that it's one of the only stories I can think of where the disability or the disability adjacent thing isn't shared at the end of the book or the end of the story.
Yeah, like it doesn't.
One of the only ones I can think of.
It doesn't really have one. I think the main theme of the book is goodness and kindness, and like how the Christian characters are not true Christians, but the gypsy is. Like she's the most Christian character of any of the characters in this book.
Yeah.
And that probably goes in with I think I have a slide on it very soon. The kind of the charity model, which is like focused on helping these people and they need our help rather than we should just accommodate to what they need because they're people.
They're a person like we are.
Yeah. So it's like good, but it's not. It's not great. Like there's better ways to do these things. So that kind of fits into that. It's all about how people were good to him. I
think another big point in The Hunchback is that she's the first and only person in his life that doesn't try to change the way that he is.
Accept him for who he is, wants him in her life. But even then, it's really telling to me that the song she sings in the movie is called "God Help the Outcasts."
Yeah, it's like her plea to a God that doesn't belong to her.
And that Christian charity thing that continues all the way through it.
Yeah, and I think in the movie especially, it's very obvious that she is the Christian example in the movie.
I agree with that. Yeah, what Erin said, 100%.
So I just had some examples. These are more like Disney movies. I cannot read that on this screen, so I'll have to go back to my original one. So we have like Captain Hook, who has acquired limb loss and uses prosthetic hand, but it's a hook. And so that's kind of the villain has, a visible disability. Scar has a large scar across his face, and he's even named after it just to make sure we know that he has a disfigurement on his face. Yeah, to make sure we are aware. Unlike the good lions, who are all beautiful manes and everything. And then
Scar is also darker than all of the other lions.
True. His mane's black as well, unlike the others.
Yeah.
Oh God, big ick. The ugly duckling is only no longer seen as ugly after they're kind of transformed into a swan. And the 7 dwarves are depicted as childlike with no agency. So it's kind of some more that kind of just some context of what we're sort of talking about. And I just want to address this because I found this interesting. So Luke chose to use, unless the people that they were talking about requested to not use it like this, for identity first language rather than first person language. People are free to use what they prefer. I was taught at school to use first person first, so I thought it was quite interesting that she prefers to say sort of disabled people rather than person with a disability. I don't know if anyone wanted to share what they feel about that, what they prefer themselves, but I tried to put both mixed in.
I think both feelings, like which one you might prefer, are totally valid. I've noticed, and I for myself, I use identity first language when I'm talking specifically about disabled versus disability. When it comes down to the specific thing I'm talking about, it depends. But I do default to identity first most of the time. And I've noticed that the conversation is moving towards that way in the communities that I'm a part of, which I find quite interesting, rather that the acknowledgement that disability can be an identity and should be considered an identity on top of what might be going on physically or mentally.
I thought it was interesting because like when I was thinking about it, I was thinking about it in terms of is a disability something that you have or is a disability part of who you are? And that terminology plays into those two things as well.
Definitely.
Yeah, which I thought was really interesting because when I did a course in aged care, which some of that does incorporate disability, and part of that course is the course for disability support. And I was taught that you never use identity first language. I was taught you always person first language. So that's kind of what I've always done because that's what I was told is the correct thing to do. And so now I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. But everyone's different. So just thought I would like that. But yeah.
That's me. That's what I do.
Yeah. I was taught not to say an autistic person.
Yeah, I think a lot of us were.
But I call myself autistic.
Yeah.
And encourage other people to do so as well.
Yeah, and it's important just to listen to what each individual person likes, I suppose. It's a bit awkward to just go up to everyone and be like, how do you want me to address you? So you sort of just have to, I guess, notice language that people use.
This is exactly
it can be a bit tricky
well.
when you it can be tricky when you're describing a group, because obviously we're not a monolith, but I try to just stick with what I hear the most people saying when I'm talking about the group, and if someone wants me to say something different, I know they're going to tell me. So
yeah, and this is true, and mine was for elderly support, so obviously we're talking about elderly people whose language is going to be very different to ours.
Completely different viewpoints, all of that sort of thing.
And a big part of it for me was that you do not use the word demented. That is a really offensive word. And a lot of mine is dementia. So I think it was mainly just to make sure people don't say that, because I still hear it in my work now and I get really upset when I hear it.
It's used so negatively too. So it's like,
yeah. So I guess that is probably why maybe they put so much emphasis on that. But yeah.
Nothing about us without us.
Can be hard when you have ADHD to listen, but
those listening skills
so
don't come naturally.
So hard.
And then even when you do listen, you can forget very quickly.
There's a certain point too where people just start sounding like the parents from Peanuts. Just like wop.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, exactly. That things change as well. I mean, there's probably a lot of people that read this book whose opinion will change on this. As mine did, because I was doing what I was taught at school, and now I'm like, okay.
Like people in the same marginalized groups but from different demographics will view things very differently as well.
Tracy's comment actually made me think of that. Yeah, definitely. My husband claims this word. He loves that word. I don't use it. It's not for me, but he uses it. And I'm like, you use whatever you want to use.
Yeah.
I mean, it's his right.
Exactly. I'm like, that's your word.
Hopefully
That's
people
not my
know
word.
that he uses it in a good way.
Exactly.
They're not like,
yeah.
that's like queer. Queer was taken back by the queer community.
Queer is always an interesting one to me because my best friend, he hates it, like categorically. He doesn't care if anyone else uses it, but don't use it to describe him. For me, I don't really care what words you use to describe me. It doesn't faze me.
Yeah.
Like the label's not there for me. The label's not there for me. The label's there to make other people comfortable with me.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's funny, my best friend and I have had almost the exact conversation. They're getting around to it, but they did previously really hate it, whereas I claim it for myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, some great comments in the chat.
Agreed.
I put some quotes up from the book because there's so many good quotes. She says it better than I ever could. So I'll just read those out as they come up. They've got the yellow screen. So it is a complex phenomenon in part due to the growing prevalence of the social model of disability, which holds that the disability of individuals is, in fact, maintained by systemic barriers, exclusion, and negative attitude towards these disabilities more than the physical limitations of the conditions themselves. So Luke does sort of go through the models. There's more mentioned, but these were kind of the main three. The medical model, the charity model, and the social model. And I just thought people wanted to, I feel like we're all going to be on the same page, but sort of people wanted to sort of chat about how they feel about these. I again thought that the charity model was really interesting. And I think it's really easy to sometimes fall into that, even if you have a disability yourself. It can really, because it comes from a good place, I suppose. I think we can all agree the medical model is just not good, but charity is kind of more complex. But yeah, social is definitely where sort of it's going, which is good.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone had anything they wanted to say about it. I'd never heard about these.
I have read a fair bit about these and talked about these in a few of the spaces that I'm in. And I tend to lean towards a social model because, again, even where the other models might maybe apply, because there is some discussion about how parts of them can, legitimately what it seems to be is that the social model is the most applicable and the most important for non-disabled to talk about and for them to pay attention to. The fact that we should be viewed as functioning, contributing, even if we work or not, because the idea that we should be working in order to contribute or in order to contribute to society is obviously really problematic. But
capitalism.
Exactly. We should be considered obviously full members of society and members of society that should be able to have equal participation. And the social model accounts for that in a really obviously significant way. There are some that talk about the medical model from the perspective of there is medical stuff that will hold people back that the social model can't always account for, things like pain. And let's be honest, social model will help attitudes towards pain and the way that people talk about pain, but and things like that. But there are medical things sometimes that come into it that might be slightly separate from the social model. And I actually have just noticed Erin's comment talking about the body neutrality movement. I think that feeds into the social model and why it would help still with the medical aspects. And again, the charity model, again, is the idea of recognizing that people do need help, but it goes too far a lot of the time.
Yeah.
People like,
I think
for you, I'm so good for helping you. Because the way people talk to me, thinking that I'm not disabled when I'm with my husband is, yeah.
I think something that often happens with, 3-part models or like part models like this in the first place is that people think they have to fit into one of these boxes, but actually there's a lot of intersectionality involved.
Very much so.
You don't just fit into one of those squares.
Yeah, and that experience will change too.
It's a big messy Venn diagram. We're not
exactly. Yeah. And like I should bring sorry, Melissa.
Oh no, I was just saying there are intersections. It's not
exactly.
Yeah.
And it's funny you say intersections because I'm immediately thinking, of course, because your experience with these models is going to change depending on your life experience from people and how those will work. Because if the social model starts being applied more broadly, I'm going to get the benefits sooner. than someone who's like visibly, you know, black or brown or has more physical disabilities.
Yeah, as I said, I'd never really heard about these. I still don't really know a huge amount. But I definitely thought it was good to talk about.
These models don't just intersect with each other; they also intersect with like other issues of like race and demographic, and you know, so it all just
This is smart people stuff. I don't really. I normally wouldn't even really think about this, but I was like, I'm a host, so I should probably like.
Sort of a lot of stuff
I am the host. Yeah,
it's you don't know until you know. You know, like I didn't know I was autistic until I was 33, and I didn't know any of this stuff.
Yeah, like this is a lot of similar to a lot of stuff we covered in like our linguistics and communications framework when I was in university. Yeah.
So much focus on how a child's disability or neurodivergence affects their learning. It can be difficult to remember sometimes that there's more to them. Yeah, and I don't think teachers get anywhere near enough support.
There's not enough support, not enough money, not small enough classes, not so many.
How are teachers meant to deal with all of these? Not even just like when there is a child with a disability, but just like, you know, every child is different. Every child has different learning.
Not be dealing with a classroom of like 30 kids.
No, it's too much.
No.
It's too much.
That's how I got skipped over. Just silly, doesn't work.
You get into the issue of like, I need to change this disability so that they're like the other kids, rather than trying to account for the disability and work with it as well.
Yeah,
because they don't have the option to have that one-on-one time with you.
100%.
Which is why teacher supports are really great, and they need more funding.
They started years ago getting rid of, we used to call them the special needs units. I don't know what they're called now. I think now we just have teacher aides. They started getting rid of those when I was in high school, and I was like, why?
Teacher aides are great.
Yeah.
They allow you to have a much more positive adult experience in classrooms, particularly if you don't get on with your teacher. And that's just from a non-disabled standpoint. They're just
like my primary school had a really good special needs unit program where like sometimes other students who had finished their work for the day would go and spend time in there and help the other kids out as well. And it was a very like productive environment. And it's the only school I've ever been in, like even like with my kid and like my young cousins and stuff, that actually did that.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I think it'd be great to have like more, because a lot of the time for me growing up, like one kid would have a teacher aide, and it would just be really, I guess, isolating for them, because it's like, oh, they're the child.
Oh, they're different.
It would be better if there was just multiple that were there for every child when they need it.
Yeah.
Rather than, you know, you set this person with this person, and it's a bit.
We have a situation here now where parents often have to pay a teacher aide to go to school with their kid.
Oh, I hate it here.
Or the parent, one of the parents has to be in school with the kid, and that's just not ideal.
No, I don't think that's great. That's not great. Yeah. More classes are good.
I would have benefited a lot from some more accessible education.
So that we can have more teachers.
Let's just treat teachers like doctors. Let's do that.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's take that too.
So another quote, fairy tales and fables are never only stories. They are the scaffolding by which we understand crucial things: fairness, hierarchy, patterns of behavior, who deserves a happy ending and who doesn't, what it means to deserve something in the first place, what happy endings mean in both the imagination and the world.
100%.
So people often argue that stories are just stories and do not have any impact upon the real world. Julie argues against this throughout Disfigured. An example she uses is people believing in the stories of changelings. I won't talk through those facts, it's quite triggering.
Yeah.
This was a really strong example of how stories do impact. Obviously a very extreme case, but it's a really strong point.
I think it's really interesting that stories are just stories until there's a black mermaid.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
That's just all I'm going to say on that. But I'm just like, sure.
But she has red hair. I have red hair. I need that. It's like, oh, well, the character still has red hair. Like, what are you talking about?
Mhm.
It's clearly not the issue.
Oh, I did see someone say, "Oh, black people can't have red hair." I was like, "Yes, they can."
Yes, they can. I literally
It's a
followed someone
mermaid.
who's black with red hair.
Yeah, I was like, "Yes, they
And
can."
it's also a mermaid.
Like
Yeah,
it
it's a
doesn't
mermaid.
matter.
What
It's
the hell
not-
they want?
It's a fantasy creature. It doesn't matter.
What are you
It's
talking about?
fine.
Just wild.
I think
It
the
is.
issue with fantasy stories and fairy tales is that that's where a lot of kids get their like moral understanding, but like what
Mhm.
happens when that child is not included in the moral of that story?
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah.
child is not included in like the positive ending of that story.
That makes me think of a proverb. A child who does not feel the warmth of their village a child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth.
Exactly. Yeah.
Love that. That's a good one.
Mhm. It's just like beautiful.
Mm.
Yeah. It's like, why do I need to be a certain way to have the positive ending?
We need to show people, you
Yeah.
know, who they are in stories. It's important.
Yeah. So yeah, I just got a
Pepper?
question
No.
on that. And any examples you can think of as well, like the one that was shown before.
Actually, though,
100%.
Very wild. But
Conservatives and Star
I
Wars.
hear it all the time still.
through the parts of the book that I've actually read, I was thinking about Beowulf, which is a story of like there's a monster, it comes in and it wrecks the tavern, and Beowulf eventually kills it. And then the mother comes in and wrecks the town, and he kills the mother as well. The issue I have with that story on its own is that Grendel, the monster, is not a villain in the way that you view villains. He just wants a quiet night's sleep, and the tavern is loud. And Beowulf kills him for that. And the only person, the only creature that's there that mourns Grendel is his mother, and she only goes on a rampage because he killed her son.
I was gonna say her son is dead.
And so Grendel and his mother are viewed as these great big villains in the story of Beowulf, but they're not villains. They just wanted a quiet night's sleep. And they look different, you know?
God, I can really empathize with that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really, really true and very beautiful.
Yeah.
100%. Like I can really enjoy a story whether I relate to a character or not, but it is really, it's just really, it's humanizing.
When you do relate, it's special. Yeah.
Yeah. Seeing yourself is very impactful.
It's a different experience. And sometimes you relate to negative things about yourself and you don't like the experience. It's not always a nice experience, but it's very humanizing and kind of puts things into perspective.
It's like when you've got a friend that goes through the same things you do, even if those things are bad, you're like, I'm glad you understand. I hate that you're going through it, but I'm really glad you understand.
We have like a middle ground that we can meet upon, and we can actually discuss these things and make each other better, you know?
Yeah, because you can feel seen in somebody.
Yeah.
Yes. This was a big book as
well. The idea that ugliness is a bad thing, the idea that ugliness is objective too is like, what?
It's like I pointed out to a friend of mine, like, because her favorite movie is Snow White, and I was like, okay, but like the Queen is supposed to be one of, if not the most beautiful woman in the world. Why does she make herself ugly to commit crimes? Why does she make herself ugly to commit crimes? Why can't she just commit crimes looking like herself? Or why doesn't she just change her features to make herself look still beautiful, but like another person? Why does she need to be ugly to commit crimes?
Because beautiful people don't commit crimes.
I know.
I think it's also telling the idea
you missed the point of these fairy tales.
I think it's also telling because you think about the way that what ugly can also mean, how ugly can mean somebody is awful,
ugly on the inside,
horrible.
Yeah, and
beautiful on the outside, ugly on the inside. And it's like they're using that to tell the
they try to cop out and say that she makes herself ugly to do crimes because she's ugly on the inside, and I'm like, no, because she's only doing the crimes when she's ugly. When she's beautiful, she's getting other people to do the crimes for her.
Yeah, she's just being bitter and jealous when she's ugly.
Yeah,
you know, we'll talk about how that relates to, you know, gender and sex stereotypes and stuff.
Yeah, God,
we'll be here forever.
We would, yeah.
Deluxe suggests that majority of fairy tales have inherently negative messages for disabled people, particularly children. Do you agree or disagree, and why? So I've sort of already touched a lot on this.
Yep.
Why does being disabled or looking different mean that you are the bad guy or that you have to suffer specifically? Why? Why? You know?
Yeah.
I feel like
And she
it's
talks a lot
either-
about the context of when the stories were written. And I
Mm.
found, what was the one about, like, when Snow White was written? I think it was talks of communism were coming up. And so
Yeah.
she thinks that the dwarves were kind of representation of, it's good to contribute to society, to do things for
Yeah.
society.
And be
that
on
was really
be on an even plane and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Which
So you
is a
think
fine
about
message in and of itself, but the way you represent it matters.
So these were all written a long time ago, and you think, well, is this how people in real life were seen? Like people who were ugly or disfigured or had a disability, they were seen as bad and less, and that's what they used.
One that always bothered me when I was in high school, and this is before I knew I had ADHD or anything, was the Swan Princess. Because when she's young, she's a tomboy. She is hyperactive. She's messy. She's all over the fucking place. And then when she grows up, suddenly she's this. And I'm like, what happened? Where did her personality go? You know,
Kind of idea that that's putting away the childish things as if being that way is childish.
Like,
It's very weird.
I was kind of like, I saw her as a kid and I was like, oh, it's me. I was like that when I was a kid. And then suddenly she's this beautiful, poised. And I was like, no, thank you. Yeah. And my friend never understood why I didn't like that aspect of that film. I was like, I just don't. Like, why did she need to change the way that she was to be a princess? And why does he only love her after she's changed?
I feel like a lot of the princesses lose their personality at the end of their movies.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, unfortunately. Even like in Shrek, like Fiona in the movies after the first one, she's nowhere near as cool.
She needs to burp more in those later movies.
Yeah. But don't.
Oh, actually.
So bad now.
Just because you've referenced it. Cho Chang, her name in Chinese. It's like Chang, the last name kind of means always, but Cho sounds like Chol, which means smelly. And it's like something my cousins and I used to, because my cousins will speak Mandarin, and it was something we would joke about all the time. Because like, why?
We won't touch on that topic. It's too nasty, and we'll be here all day.
No, that is how you be a virtuous woman. You have to be beautiful, and you have to be kind, and you have to be calm and demure. Yeah,
very cutesy, very demure.
Yeah, very cutesy, very demure.
Yes. So yeah, there were a lot of good quotes on this, like throughout the book. So many that just hit really well, kind of talking about,
always the big nose too, which is
just reminded me of this quote. Has just reminded me of Wicked. Elphaba's sister in Wicked, Nessarose. She's in a wheelchair, and by the end of this play, she is the other Wicked Witch.
Nah, spoilers.
But like, this play's been around for yonkers. It's all right.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet, and I'm so excited.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. I don't care. I'm just being
the treatment of her character is really odd to me. She's only othered a little bit for being in a wheelchair. Like people do her kindnesses and dance with her at parties and stuff, and she's supposed to be like the most beautiful woman in the school. She's just in a wheelchair, and it's the fact that she becomes the other Wicked Witch. I was like, oh, okay. So the green girl and the one in the wheelchair become the Wicked Witches.
I'm ridiculously excited about the movie, so I'll definitely be able to look at it through this lens.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So yeah, we talked about this. Even when they're a protagonist, it's seen as, oh well, you can't have the same kind of happiness, and you're just supposed to be okay with that.
Then,
or
by the end of the book, he doesn't even have that happiness.
I think it's one because it also sort of plays into this whole infantilization of disabled people that we're not all adults.
Yeah,
not meant to experience the
that's something too.
Safe
like
for
even
YouTube, not safe for work aspects of life.
even in the Disney film, Esmeralda consistently treats Quasimodo like a child.
Mm.
Like, she calls him a boy. She doesn't call him a man throughout the entirety of that movie.
True. I didn't even think about that.
Gosh.
Yeah.
I've never actually seen it. Actually, I haven't watched a lot of Disney. I haven't watched a lot because I don't watch a lot because I have ADHD and I can't.
Yeah.
Anyway, so a lot of this I'm kind of just going off what's discussed in the book.
Yeah.
But I really like this point as well, that it makes it seem like, oh, well, if you have something that you or society tells you is wrong, you'll just magically be cured. And I mean, as adults, I guess we don't really believe in that, but as children, that's really, it leaves a big impression. And then real life is not like that,
Yeah.
So I really liked that point as well. And then this one where it's like, you either change or you suffer forever. And I really think that, this is something I hadn't really thought about, was how, when we think about this topic, we think, oh yeah, like the villains, have often disfigurements or disabilities, and we can see this visibly, but it's also sometimes the protagonists, and in their storylines, it's about curing that or getting rid of it, or they're not happy, which I'd never really thought about. And I thought that's something that really hit me, was that's really awful. Like, that's a really awful thing that we're telling children.
Yeah.
And, it's still happening. We still recently had the remake of The Little Mermaid, and, Snow White's coming out. Like, why? But it is. So
we don't need all of these remakes.
I think they need to let go of the remakes. There's been enough, I think.
I think so
It's
too.
they're terrible and they're cash grabs, and we all know it. But Disney are doing whatever they can to make money, and
they really need it right
I don't
now.
even think they perform that well.
No.
There's legal stuff happening at the moment.
Mhm.
Yeah, they're in a bit of hot water. Somebody passed away in one of their restaurants because their meal wasn't allergen friendly, and their husband launched a civil suit, a wrongful death suit, and it was found that because he had signed up for a Disney Plus subscription, he was required. There was actually a part of the terms and conditions that he was required to arbitrate any legal issues he had with Disney Plus or Disney in general. Like, he wasn't allowed to go to court.
No.
It was
that's the face I made when I read it.
it was rancid. It was so bad.
Oh, it's so bad.
I'm almost certain it must have been his lawyer that made it public, because their public image went, it wasn't great, but people like Disney, you know what I mean?
And it's just gone.
Yeah. People just like, even their fan accounts were just absolutely trashing them. And now, instead of just settling and paying this man's money because his wife has passed away because of their negligence, they're going to drag her through the court now.
I think it was a situation too where she said, hey, I'm allergic to the specific thing. Don't put it in my food. And it was in there anyway.
Several times.
Yes.
She checked with multiple people several times, and she's a doctor, so she was well aware of the risks. And I was just like, oh.
It's horrendous. Yeah. It's really bad.
Their PR is in the toilet right now.
It really is.
Yeah, but Disney bought out Bluey recently, right?
Yeah. That's okay. I only watch it on ABC, so I don't care.
So the person who made Bluey is just like, I got in just in time.
Honestly.
They're like, I can sense it's going down in flames.
Honestly, I'm glad they got their bag, but like,
yeah.
Yes.
I think that's why a lot of autistic women particularly get a lot of pushback, because we are not we don't meet that.
We're not in that little box.
Yeah. We are forthright, we are blunt.
Yeah.
Rude. That's the thing. So we get a lot of pushback.
Yep. Capitalism.
I don't know if I have autism. I probably have a bit, but it's in my family, and a lot of my friends have it. So I definitely feel that.
Yeah.
I should send you the test I did.
I have a friend that sent me one, and I came up very high. I was like, well, it cost a lot to get diagnosed, and I don't feel like ADHD. I feel like was affecting my life.
It cost me enough to get my ADHD diagnosis here.
Yeah, I feel like for me, I'm very awkward, and I don't know what to say half the time. But I don't need a diagnosis to know that. Whereas ADHD, I'm like, I need a diagnosis to get this medication so I can function.
Yeah.
And capitalism, and they're making it so much harder for ADHD, sort of autistic people to get onto the NDIS now. So it's not as beneficial.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be eligible for that for sure. So I think it's just if I ever was going to have kids, I'd probably want to look into it a bit more. But for now, I'm like, I don't need to know. I'm awkward anyway, whether it's because of something or not. I'm very awkward. I don't know how to talk to people either way. So, even my own father, who was part of my life after the age of 10, told me I just had to try harder to walk.
One of my friends has spina bifida.
So
Ridiculous.
I'm so sorry, Tracy.
That's horrible.
Need more education for parents.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I feel like
because
parents they perpetuate most of the harms. I think parents a lot of the time,
and sometimes unknowingly, and
it's usually totally unintentionally, because parents do the best they can with what information they have. They haven't got the information, they can't, and that seems pretty unfair to me.
Yeah.
Like the thought of being a parent, it's such a big job, and I don't think anyone can do it perfectly.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely.
And I feel like we need more resources because it's like, most people don't know how to take care of themselves. So
I had someone tell me not long ago that I'm like a great parent. They would have loved to have me as a parent. And I was like, it doesn't, it just so happens that my kid and I get along really, really, really well. But that's particular to me and my kid. If I was your parent, it wouldn't work this way.
Yeah.
I'm sure you listen and see your child as a person.
Oh, yeah.
And I think
we have
part
like
of it
open
is listening.
conversations and stuff. I very carefully toe the line between friend and parent, especially now he's turning 14 in a couple of weeks,
Oh, my goodness.
Fun times begin.
Oh, my goodness.
He's hitting an age, and I'm kind of like, okay, communication. We've got to like keep up the communication.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. So I'm very carefully towing that line between friend and parent.
I feel like teenage years are where communication goes to die.
Yeah, genuinely.
I wouldn't go back to those years.
Thus far, he's not behaving the way I behaved in high school. So,
is that a good thing?
I don't know if it was good or not.
Very good thing. I do not want my kid to act the way I did in high school. No.
I was like, were you good? Is this a good thing?
Oh no.
I feel like I was in the middle. Like I was prolific with my use of the F word towards my mother, but I didn't get into anything that was scary or anything that they needed to worry about. So I'm like,
I was straight up a nasty kid.
Oh no. Touch wood.
I was just depressed and silent and didn't talk to anybody and was really depressed because I didn't want to burden anyone. So I'm sure that was very fun for my parents.
I acted out in
probably the
way.
worst.
I just was
not talking was probably worse.
So
I was just very much like, I don't want to do what you tell me.
Yeah. I would be like, okay, I'll do what you tell me and go be depressed about it, but I won't tell you.
100%. I think the worst I did was skip a couple of classes and smoke pretty much.
I think by the time I was 13, I was already drinking and smoking pretty heavily. So
that's the one thing I regret, taking up smoking. Worst decision of
actually, though. It's terrible.
100%. I only gave up about 6 years ago. Yeah. Huge.
Good on you for giving up, though.
Mine's only recent too, so it's just like, it was funny though, because I was like, I put them down one day and was like, I'm not doing that anymore, and it was really easy.
Oh God,
surprisingly for me. I had one. I was like, this tastes like shit, and I put them down, and then I just didn't pick them up again.
They really do. They really do. I had to do Champix 3 times to get off.
Oh, really?
It's 3 separate times. I quit and I go back and I quit and I go back, but yeah, I have to use the drugs to actually get off them.
Yeah,
my body's just like, I love you.
I kind of quit smoking the same way that I quit everything else in life. I just go, I don't want to do that anymore, and then I'm done.
My husband did that. I'm like, I hate you.
Some people do. Like my great my great nan, who my middle name is named after, she
Mm.
smoked like her whole life, and then she found out it's not good for you to smoke. And when Mum had my sister, my older sister, Mum was like, "I want you to all stop smoking, at least inside," because they would smoke inside. And
And back then that
the
would have been a
two,
fight too.
she just stopped,
Oh, good on
which
her.
was fine. And my grandpa really struggled and picked it back up again. But she was like, "No."
I had
And my
such a
grandma also gave it up pretty quick. But it's really interesting. My grandma has dementia now and she barely talks. But sometimes when I go there, she just talks about cigarettes. That's how addictive it is. It's been she's never smoked since I've been alive. But that's something she doesn't know who I am. She doesn't know who her children are. But she
It's just
remembers
in her head.
cigarettes.
Yeah.
every now
So
and
it
again.
is very addictive. So I commend anyone that can give it up, because
Yeah, it's rough. It is so
it would be
hard.
really hard.
It's been like 6 years. The other day I looked at Robbie and I just said, I really feel like a cigarette, like really
I
bad.
think the biggest thing
Mhm.
for
Bad.
me is that, like, I didn't realize how much it made my clothes stink.
100%
Yeah.
is the worst.
Yeah.
It smells so bad.
It's
I
really
can
bad.
really smell it now. It's terrible. My mother parentified my brothers quite a lot because
Yeah.
I'm one of the babies.
I had like two ends of the parenting scale. So I've got an Asian mum and a white dad. So I had one really relaxed parent and one parent that was like,
And
"No,
one
you have to
really
do
not."
everything I tell you." It was
That
very much
cross-cultural
two
thing would have
sides of
been-
the coin. Their co-parenting was really odd. Very odd. Yeah, but two completely opposite sides of that coin, eh? My dad was like, "As long as you're safe and I know where you are, you can bring me at any time. It's fine. Go do what you want." And my mum was like, "No,
Yeah.
no. You need to have good
Yeah.
grades. You need to dress nicely, and you need to behave."
Yeah. Good job, Tracy.
That's just us talking about 10 years.
I'll tell you sometime. No, I'm not gonna like say over the internet what my grandma with dementia says, because it's a bit strange. Dementia is awful. I don't consider it really her anyway, because I choose to just not think they're the same. Like, it is her, but the way she's speaking is not her. It's her condition, and I try to.
Because that makes sense. Changes their whole
as a
brain.
coping mechanism, to be honest.
100%. That makes total sense.
My grandma,
and as my job, I need these coping mechanisms.
Absolutely.
Yeah, my grandma had a bit of dementia towards the end, and she was suddenly the most racist lady. Just all of a sudden. And my whole life, we had never seen her that way. You know, it was really, really, really weird.
And some people say, like, oh, are the things that they come up with things that they always hid, but no one knows and is experienced with my job. I don't really think so. Like, maybe sometimes, but I don't.
I think it's
some
also
people say the weirdest stuff.
It's also going back to ways that they used to think.
Yeah, like, it's probably just an impact of society, and but some of the stuff people say doesn't make any sense, and it's like, this isn't impacted by their life. This is just their brain is struggling, and things are just coming out of their mouth as a way that their brain knows how. So I think it's really harsh to sort of say that, and these people can't defend themselves. So
exactly.
It's funny you say that. It makes me think about the way people talk about how they behave when they have low blood sugar, because obviously your body runs on glucose, right? So if you've got low blood sugar, particularly in diabetics, apparently getting really, really, really aggro is really normal, like behaving just not yourself, because your brain, and in this case, I feel like the dementia and the blood glucose are sort of in common. Your body's functioning on minimal ability, minimal, in this one case it's energy, in one case it's like the thing that actually helps you function. And it just seems like, like that seems quite reasonable.
Another thing that's really common in fantasy and fairy tales is like the mad old king or the mad old lady that lives in the woods, and generally the description of them is literally just a person with dementia.
Like it just, if your body's not running on full capacity, it just makes sense, doesn't it? Full, but you know what I mean. I'm like, that sounds really bad.
It's rough. I think the worst thing is that these people can't speak on their experience. They can't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They can't.
That's exactly it.
So it's really hard.
Yeah.
I remember being 13 and having to make dinner and make sure the other 3 kids had their baths and school clothes ready for the next day while she was out with her 18-year-old boyfriend.
18-year-old boyfriend.
Yeah.
Was this your mom? Who is this? Insane.
Actually insane.
Yeah.
So to say, because I'm like, what, 38, right? So I'm technically old enough to have a 13-year-old,
Yeah.
13, 14, 15, even up to like
I mean,
19, 20.
you're not
The
technically
thought of that, I'm
old
like,
enough. I'm 34 and I have a 14-year-old.
Yeah, true. But
Yeah.
I say technically because I don't have any kidlets.
Yeah.
I don't feel old enough even now. But I'm
Yeah.
like, the thought of one, dating somebody that young, and
My
two,
brain
kids
is still back in
things.
my early 20s.
Like, there are 2 people here and one's the adult. Like,
Why am I the adult?
but it's just like with
Right.
looking at like any parents that do stuff like that. I'm just like, okay, you want your child to do all these things, but like there's your child and there's you. One of you is the adult, and it's not the child. 18-year-old boyfriend. Oh my god.
Because your mum's married to a younger guy at the moment, right? I think you mentioned that. I don't know if you want people to know that though. I don't even know if it was you, but I feel like we were on a sprint and you said that.
God, my husband's 3 years younger. He calls me a bloody cougar, the cheeky thing.
That's cute.
That is cute.
That's
I
nice.
like that.
I want to have cats of every color and make scones in the middle of the woods.
100% swamped with paperwork.
Oh, I'm telling you, the thought of I'm 34. I'm 34. I'm a 1990. I don't look like a teenager though. My son is a teenager.
We're all staring at you now, like. Oh, well, they were endgame, I guess. That's something.
5 years older. He's younger than me.
Okay. We're going off track.
We are.
But I would
We're
love to keep
sidetracked.
discussing all this drama.
Drama's fun, to be fair.
Yeah. So here's another quote, similar with the one before. So here's more points if people want to come back and look at this after. I think we've pretty much discussed all of this. These were kind of the main points that I had written down. There were a lot though, and I did read this in 2 sittings because I put this to the last minute, which I do. To be fair, I thought I would be able to read it with an audiobook, but I was like, no, I want to concentrate more. So, to be fair.
That point actually too, when they're talking about disability, I thought it was quite interesting that somebody pointed out, one of the people she interviewed, that the people that are villains in stories almost always fit personality disorder criteria.
Yeah.
Personality disorder, I found that pretty like enlightening. I was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It's true.
That's
you look at characters even like Jinx and Arcane. Like when she's a kid, she clearly has some form of ADHD, right? She's all over the bloody place, and that kind of just exacerbates into what she is by the time she's grown up. With all of the things that are happening around her.
Yeah, and a lot of them are like things like trauma spectrum conditions and stuff as well.
Yeah.
Like, wow. Okay.
I don't. It's going to make you really angry. I don't have one. I wash my face.
Probably why your skin is good.
I wash my face with a hot, wet cloth in the morning, and like I remember to moisturize like once a week.
Yeah.
I don't have a skincare routine.
Are you me?
I have an Asian mother. That could be my skincare routine. I have an Asian mother.
We love therapy. Therapy is the best.
Therapy.
Yeah, reminder everyone to get therapy. Changed my life.
It's incredible.
Excellent.
Just got to get a good one. Don't give up. It took me a few attempts. I saw
the
first one I ever saw when I was a depressed teenager was absolutely horrendous. And basically, I didn't know this, but this therapist sat my mother aside and was like, I'd been like, really, really not good. And she was like, I think you're being a little bit dramatic. I think your daughter is fine. So, Don't give up. There are good ones out there.
Blame and shame the bad therapists, in my opinion. Like, people cannot be saying that outdated rubbish.
Taking notes on my no skincare routine. None. Yeah.
Asian mum.
Asian mum.
It's in my one writing. I have habit of avoiding main characters conventionally good looking.
Yeah, 100%. Because that's what should be important.
Yeah, we've definitely. That's a really interesting point because it's almost like they're either really ugly or really good looking when you think about it. Often, not always, but
there's never like a normal looking person.
She's beautiful.
Yeah, like
if we're not the villain
style.
If we're not the villain, we're the manic pixie dream girl, of course.
Oh. No, sorry.
I try to pretend I'm a manic pixie dream girl every day.
It just reminded me of this guy in high school. He had so many ideas about me that were straight up not true. Oh.
If you show yourself to be complete in any way not perfect or not quirky.
They hate you for it, eh? I'm like, I'm not responsible for the thing that you think I am.
100%. I don't.
That's
I'm
not
just
my
like,
responsibility. You did that.
I can sniff out that BS so fast now.
Yeah.
Okay. So it pains me to criticize Shrek. Don't know. I love Shrek. I think Shrek is perfection, but I have to agree with this, and now I am sad that Shrek is no longer perfection. But we all know that Shrek is still supreme and Smash Mouth. Amy. The reason I invited Amy was just to make that joke. No.
Of course. How could you not? I'd be sad if you missed it.
I actually only just thought of it then. I didn't even think of it in advance. But yeah, she was sort of talking about how would reactions change if she hadn't transformed back into like an ogre. Not just characters in the movie, but people in real life. How would their reaction be? Because we always think, oh, it's so beautiful that they're both, because you sort of focus on that she loved and accepted him for who he was, but we never really think about how because I always think I wish that she'd stayed human. But I've never thought about how would people react if she hadn't, transformed back into an ogre to stay.
I think,
so I thought that was interesting.
It also makes me think of the sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I think contextually it's supposed to be assumed that like that is her true self anyway.
The thing that it reminds me of is the discourse that happened around
internet just did a thing.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, no, I think my internet went weird.
Oh, did I cut you off? I'm sorry if I did.
No, I don't think you did. Everything kind of froze. Yeah. So.
No.
Go ahead. You're all good.
Maybe honestly make this whole discussion with Shrek and Fiona, whether Fiona can only be different because Shrek's different, and it also made me think of the differences between them, particularly in the beginning. Reminded me of the discourse around Penelope and Colin in Bridgerton and how she's bigger than him, and how everyone's like, oh, are we not ready to talk about a different weight relationship? And yet you look back and all the women in all the sitcoms are all beautiful and all their husbands are plain and overweight and all of that stuff. And I'm just like, I think it would have been fine if she'd stayed human, but at the same time, I think from a character perspective and to the fact that it was an ogre would have made things way more difficult. But it didn't remind me of that.
I remember when, like, even as a kid, when the first film came out, finding it a little troubling that the only way she could be herself was by becoming an ogre in the first place.
Yeah.
Like the only way that she was sort of comfortable being herself and in the way that she acted naturally was to be an ogre in the first place.
And that she needed Shrek to tell her that she was still beautiful.
That's the one too. I always hate that.
I'm like,
I think it's beautiful though. I wish that she could see it herself.
I love Shrek. Yeah, I love Shrek, but
definitely lust for Shrek, definitely. But at the same time, I'm like, I wish she had seen that.
Yeah,
definitely. For its time, I think it's pretty.
100%.
It was basically made as a joke against like Beauty and the Beast. So
yeah, definitely.
That kind of helped it, I suppose, because it was literally its job was to be going against that. So
yeah. Because I remember I was already in my late teens, I think, when it came out, and I remember picking up on all the adult jokes and thinking that it was quite ahead of its time at the time. Yep.
Yeah. But he like offers to stay human in the second movie, but we're talking about
does. Yeah, they flip it on its head in the second film.
Okay, I like that. I might have to watch the second one.
Yeah.
I
think you said the second one is actually really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stop there.
Yeah. It's not as good, but some people do prefer it. And the cat's really cute. And the newest Puss in Boots movie is actually really good as well.
Oh, good.
The first one's really bad, but the second one is really good. But yeah.
Let's see when Shrek.
Like, I think about how I grew up on Shrek, and I'm really thankful that I did.
Yeah.
I didn't grow up on Beauty and the Beast. I grew up on Shrek. Beauty is an argument hold up, but I was bullied a lot at school for being ugly. And so I was really
Were they blind? Like, did they not look at you? Like,
I looked like I had a mullet. Okay, remember mullet Meredith?
No, I've seen pictures of you when you were younger. You've always been objectively attractive.
It's what it was. I got bullied for being ugly.
Apologies if I make things awkward then. I'm just okay.
But yeah, so I think I had to agree with this. I thought it was a really interesting point.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah, why do they have to be the same to be together when, why can't I have happiness even though I'm different?
It's easier for society to accept it if people are the same. I think it abdicated their own responsibility to meet them where they were.
Yeah.
So yeah, if and I guess it's like able-bodied couples, the way that society reacts to that is similar. It's people are sort of question it and they don't know how to feel when it's not really any of their business. Whereas if it was sort of two people with the same conditions together, society feel more comfortable. It's that kind of thing, you know what I mean? So that people that are the same are together, society feels more comfortable with that because we don't have to worry about that. That's normal to us. So I think that was something I really liked about this was the idea that society prefers when people that are similar are together, and same as with Bridgerton,
like they don't
it's just wait,
otherwise.
like, doesn't even.
That all like falls into you start getting into why don't people like interracial couples and why don't people like this, that, and the next thing. Yeah.
So yeah, I think
that is a good conversation. Yeah, I was talking about this movie earlier where I was like,
Aaron.
Amy was thinking about when Amy was a child and was like, I would want to tap that.
I'm looking through the context of her being an adult now.
Yeah.
You would have defended me when I was being bullied.
I would have. I absolutely would have.
I needed you. Where were you?
I got picked on a lot as a kid, and when she talked about teasing as well, oh man,
no, yeah, I got picked on a lot as a kid, but not for like. I got picked on as a kid for being Asian, not for anything else. But I was also very much like a tiny bulldog. Like I would genuinely physically fight you.
See, that makes me think of a Chihuahua. To be fair,
yeah, I would.
They are like.
I was very. I had a lot of aggression, and I was getting it out.
Yeah. So yeah, DeLuca holds hope that modern stories will continue to get better and believes that progress is being made, even though there are still shortfalls. So yeah, and if there's any modern stories that you think do well, and we've got one here in the comments, I do want to read this. Yeah.
I would like to read that because that's my life.
Yeah.
That's my actual life.
And, I think it's good to point out, like, even if they're not perfect, it's still good to point out things that they've done well.
Yeah.
Because I think if we just focus on what's done bad, it's not as helpful in progress, but it's still good to point out what has been done bad as well to do better next time.
Exactly.
What?
What the fuck?
What the hell? They're just jealous of you. Everyone's been jealous of you since you were born. Okay.
Agreed.
Actually, yeah.
There was like a baby, and they were like, "God, that baby's gonna be so awesome. I can't deal."
And also, I think they feel a little threatened too by people. Like, I know with myself, and I have this in common with Erin. Like, Erin and I have noticed we like to know things. We like to look things up. We like to know things. And people feel really insecure when you might know something that they don't, and they feel like they're at a disadvantage. And you pick on a lot of stuff like that.
I find that a lot as well.
But it is just,
I
just
love
like
it.
to know things. I just need to know stuff. And I have I have the ability to find out anything I want now. So, like, I'm living in the best time, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But, you know, people do get really threatened because they don't think to look up things. And so when you know stuff and they don't, they feel like they're at a disadvantage. And I think that's where a lot of my picking on came from, which is from my autism. So it's very, very, very
close. No, I love it. I love when I'm sprinting and I'm like, I don't know this thing. Are you here, Erin? You would know. I'll start joining you in on that too. I'll be like, Amy or Erin here?
I feel like my knowledge is probably a bit more niche than Erin's because of the way my interests go. Like, you asked me about fountain pens, of course. I can help you with those things.
Oh, buddy, I can tell you exactly how they manufacture ballpoint pens.
You love it.
I can tell you exactly how they manufacture ballpoint pens. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I had this like major, like 2 years. I just wanted to know how they made different types of pens.
I love pens. I'm obsessed with pens.
Yeah, I love pens.
Beast from the animated film also integrated himself. Yeah.
Yeah.
That movie was talked about a little bit, but it was actually more the original story. A lot of it is the original stories that get talked about in this book, but
I do feel
it's much worse than the Disney movie.
They have definitely improved some things. I'll agree with that.
Yeah, I think that Beauty and the Beast is like, especially compared to the original, because what was like, oh, I guess I can be with him now because he looks hot or something like that. And it's like,
yeah, it was all very
written years ago, but it's good that
I think with Beauty and the Beast, they really try to go for a like, it doesn't matter what you look like, I love you anyway. But then when he's objectively good looking at the end, it's kind of defeats the point.
Yeah.
Yeah, make him a bit more average.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, and it's like he had to hide away because society didn't accept him, and that was something she talked about, how it's always individual change. It's never societal change. Society never changed to accommodate him.
By the end of that film,
who he was, but he changed back anyway, and he had to change, not society, which was a really good point. Yeah.
After the end of Beauty and the Beast, they've got to hide away anyway. They're royals, and the French Revolution is coming.
They have great chemistry. I'm sure they'll have a great time. She probably gets him to put on beast costumes.
There's something I wondered about as well with the EDS and Fourth Wing, because like I've seen people talk about it and like the aggressive fucking that occurs in that book, and I'm like, she like dislocate. She's not. Her body doesn't. She probably can't have aggressive sex.
I'm actually wondering whether it's my voices
about. Because that thing, a lot of the conditions, some people they barely have symptoms, and that's a whole other experience because you feel like people don't.
No, I think it's referred to in Fourth Wing that like if she exercises too much or she dislocates and stuff very easily, I think it's directly mentioned.
Okay, so it's own voices apparently.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
That's interesting.
Which we know that doesn't always mean it's great, but
no,
that's true.
Like I won't be reading this book. Like this is it's sort of just what I've heard about it. So take me with a grain of salt, you know.
Bunch of us read it together.
Yeah, I liked it, but I chose not to continue for other reasons.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think when you don't have really strong symptoms, some people don't take it seriously or they don't believe you, which I think is a really weird thing, that we don't believe people because like, why would I choose to have something that means I'm going to struggle because society doesn't accommodate to me?
I think it's also
why would I choose
impacts them or not.
People
believe if their disability, if your disability impacts them, because I mask so heavily, people don't make the connection. It's weird. And so it's like, because my disability doesn't impact them, and doctors do this as well. Like if I was diagnosed with a level, which I wasn't, I would probably be considered level 1 because my disability doesn't impact anybody else. Never mind what's going on in my actual head.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's the oddest thing, I think, is whether they're like, oh, well, I don't see it, so therefore you must be lying. It's like, well, do you live in my brain?
Yeah.
Or my body?
I still have people say I don't have ADHD and I should stop taking the medication because it's going to make my anxiety worse.
I get that a lot.
I know what goes on in my head and it's better.
Yeah.
So,
well, like internal versus external ADHD as well. Most people are familiar with external ADHD.
Women tend to be
they don't understand that there's another version. Yeah.
I'm just like, oh, when did you get your medical degree? That's usually what I say. I look at them and go, oh,
when a psychiatrist.
Oh, why didn't you tell me you graduated from medical school? It usually shuts them up pretty quickly.
Yeah, because people just think
you have no idea what you're talking about.
Jumping around screaming.
Yeah, exactly.
Just thinking about this
because I
Bradley can't have red lollies.
Oh yeah, read food coloring. My mum was always like, "Oh, it's read food coloring."
That was rampant when I was a kid, and I'm just like,
read food coloring or yellow food coloring was always the one with my mum.
The only people I actually know who genuinely cannot have red food coloring is my mum's ex. Used to get migraines from it.
But it's like a specific read food coloring.
Yeah, and I'm just like,
yeah,
I don't know. It all seems
never even heard about this.
Yeah, it was a whole thing when I was a kid back in the 90s.
It really was. But like in the 90s, girls didn't get ADHD. Girls didn't have autism. Girls didn't have this, that, and next thing.
Of course.
Yeah, can't have red lollies. Robert can't have green lollies. Blah blah. Like you knew there was like 5 or 6 kids in your class.
There was this like in the 90s there was this fear, like actual fear of food coloring.
Yeah, it was.
It was really odd.
It never affected where I was. It's really weird.
I think people have been sensitive a little bit by the time you were going through. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Tarzan is
Hadn't even thought about Tarzan.
I think the thing about Tarzan too is that they're willing to learn from each other. It's not just her trying to teach her how to be proper and him trying to teach her or him trying to change her for the forest. They're learning from each other.
And he struggles too, and she ends up going back, doesn't she?
Yeah, I think so.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm like, George of the Jungle was the exact story, pretty much.
Yeah. George of the Jungle. I will.
Yeah. I love
that. They're basically the same thing, right?
Yeah.
But he does go to the city, doesn't he?
And he just doesn't fit in. Nothing works.
I always liked the joke. I always liked the joke at the beginning of the second George of the Jungle movie where they joke about how they couldn't afford Brendan Fraser, so we've got this guy instead. They did so many fourth wall breaks, really good fourth wall breaks in those films.
Yeah, I need to rewatch.
He's got a good face for those sorts of films too.
Yeah,
very iconic. Definitely Mel or having people help with the writing.
Yep.
For sure.
Yep, 100%. They need to be in the writing room and they need to be playing the roles.
Yeah.
Love this series.
Comic books I grew up on was DC's Captain Marvel, like Shazam. They did the movie. It had like Zach Levy, I think, in it. There's a version of Captain Marvel where they're like Team Marvel, and there's a group of kids. There's Billy Batson and like his foster brothers and sisters, and each of them have a different disability. So like one of the boys is on dual crutches and all of that sort of stuff. And when they're superheroes, but a lot of it is also about them living in society the way that they are. And I don't remember a lot about them. I remember reading them, but yeah. That was always interesting to me because it was kind of like, how come they're only powerful when they no longer have their disabilities and all of that sort of stuff? And it wasn't. Yeah. How to Train Your Dragon is so good.
I have an unpopular opinion. Okay, so I didn't like this movie as a kid, and I couldn't remember why, and I recently rewatched it, and I hate it. And I feel terrible, but I hate it. I hate it so much. I'm just like, I can't. I just feel like they're abusing dragons the whole movie, and I hate it. I'm in pain for like majority of the movie.
Interesting.
And I'm like, they can all die. I don't want them to be happy at the end. Like Hiccup, perfection, but everybody else can die, and I'm like, I just can't with it for some reason. I just can't.
Yeah.
And
I need
that
to
is
watch
such
this.
an
I feel like I'm
unpopular
missing.
It'll
No,
be interesting
I
to
was
see
like
what you
looking
think,
it up.
Amy.
There's nothing about this. But there's so many scenes of dragons in pain and like suffering. I'm like, I hate these people. I don't know. I'm just really
That's
triggered by animal stuff, so it's just
Yeah.
it's not
That
fun
seems
for
pretty
me.
reasonable. I will definitely.
But it's not
That'll give
discussed
me.
about. So, but I do really like what they do. Like Hiccup and all the dragons, amazing, really good. It's just all the other people that I hate.
Yeah.
Um,
There's some
Yeah.
quite good follow through in the How to Train Your Dragons sequel films as well.
Oh,
yeah, well,
good.
they don't hate the dragons, but then I'm like, are they just using the dragons to like do they just become like they're riding the dragons? Does dragons even want to be? I don't know. For some reason, it just doesn't work for me. But I think it's really
like
funny.
that movement from like a prejudiced relationship to a symbiotic relationship.
Yeah.
Mm.
But my brain just goes, no, they're using the dragons. The dragons should just kill them all. I don't know. It's one of those things where there's no gray. It's just black and white. My brain just goes, no, they should all die.
Yeah.
I'm really weird with animals. I don't know. Anyway,
You just can't do
I
it.
liked Hiccup though.
No.
I was crying.
I
about
have a
Hiccup.
lot of book examples of like where they have started to represent disabled people well, and then it's all gone to shit.
Mm.
I don't think I have any like proper positive ones.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
Actually,
Like I was
reread
thinking about Animorphs because there's a point. There's a point in Animorphs where they need a larger army with this morphing ability to like fight back against the aliens. Animorphs is so much. It's so convoluted. And they're trying to think of people that like won't be infested by these aliens. And they're like, what type of people do they not want? And they were like, disabled people, obviously. So they end up going to a disabled children's hospital and recruiting them, giving them this power to turn into animals and having them fight in this army. They ask them first. They don't force them. They all agree to it. But the thing with this power is that if your disability is injury based, it heals you from your base DNA. So a couple of these kids become healthy again, but the rest of them don't. And whenever they need to go back to being human in the middle of a battle, it puts them at risk. So it was an interesting piece of the story. But yeah. There's a lot of talk in these books about there's a lot of talk in Animorphs as well about like because you've got like these centaur sort of alien people and they are extremely ableist, and you actually meet disabled Andalite, they're called, and one of these aliens in your team is extremely ableist towards this guy. He's like, oh, he should kill himself. Oh, he should kill himself. He can't be a warrior anymore. He should kill himself. And they have to have a discussion with him about that. I think the writers of Animorphs are good at having those sorts of discussions, but I don't think they bring them across in a way that's entirely
I don't know. I look at those covers and I don't assume they're going to be good.
I have them all up on my top shelf.
I was obsessed with
I don't know. I'm not surprised.
I've read them as an adult, and a lot of the themes are just like gnarly, man. So gnarly. I have I've been meaning to read that.
Yeah, I've been rereading this. I've been reading it to Robbie, and we're both disabled. And so to have this conversation while we're actually going through this world, disability doesn't exist. It just isn't there. And it's such a wild concept to me. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It just is not part of their society. And it's just like rereading it with the context of my situation much more understood. You know, I understand myself better and I know like my situation better and all of that. And yeah, it's kind of wild. There's no non-binary people. They don't talk about this. They say his or her always, and no disability at all. None. It's all gone. There's nothing. And it's just wild to think about, that perspective is just not valued at all in a future society. It just throws me off, because it's bad enough as a diabetic autistic person that I cannot see myself in historical stuff at all, because I would not be here. I need my medication to live. But then also to not see myself in a future context. It's really, really odd. I only see myself represented in contemporary stories ever. And even then, diabetes almost never. Autism's getting more common. And it's just a really, really weird thing to think about.
Yeah.
Oh, I can imagine.
It's really odd. Because as soon as I found out I had diabetes, I couldn't see myself that way.
Yeah.
That's what
really
said to me about it as well, that she had to overcome it. It wasn't a thing that she had to accommodate.
Yeah, she didn't have any accommodations at all.
Yeah.
I think this makes me think of a point from Disfigured, which was there was definitely a movement before where it was like, okay, people are not their disability, they are more than that. We don't just, we'd see characters where all they are is their disability. And she was sort of pushing back to, well, people are not their disability, but it's still a big part of who they are. It's still a huge part of their story. And it almost feels like when we don't talk about it enough, it's like we're ashamed of that, or it's not important when it is, and it's still a big part, which, obviously it's individual perspectives, but that's how she feels. So I think it would have been nice to see more of this incorporated into the book, because I'll be honest, I didn't know it was in the book. And I just thought it was like she as a person, like I didn't realize she had a disability. I didn't realize that reading the book. I just thought she had struggles. And I would have really liked to have known that reading the book and it have been incorporated more. But obviously, if this is own voices, maybe that's how the author feels. I don't know. But I thought that was really interesting, that pushback of some people really feel like it is important to their story and it's a part of who they are. And it should be talked about more. So, yeah.
I think the biggest problem with representation is that we lack the representation of diagnosis as well, and names. Yeah. Because so many fantasy stories particularly have a pseudo-historical setting. You don't have any of those.
Yeah, they can describe the thing, but they can't name the thing.
But you can't actually name the thing, It's a very weird thing. So you can't see yourself in a lot of stories because it's either cured or the name doesn't exist, or it's, they're making a fantasy version of a disability.
Yeah,
so
and really I find it really weird talking about fantasy because people say, oh, well, like it's a historical setting, so they can't put, this disability name in. But it's like, oh, but they can put dragons.
But it's fantasy. You can figure it out.
Yeah.
They can do whatever they fucking want. You know what I mean? It's their world.
You could even just like accurately describe the thing and then give it a fantasy name.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, this isn't based on history. It's inspired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
So I think that people use that argument and it doesn't work because it's like, okay, well, if it was based on history, why are there dragons and all this stuff that we don't have? So there's that. They can do whatever they want.
One
disability erasure, because I just tuned around and saw the books sitting there. One disability erasure from book to film that really, really frustrates me is Peter not losing his leg in the Hunger Games movies.
Oh, I forgot all about that.
I just tuned around and saw the book there, and I was like, "Hey!"
And I definitely kind of just pushed Peter.
Katniss at one point is deaf in one ear, Yeah,
I totally forgot about that.
Yeah,
they had a lot to cover, but I feel like what they picked and chose to cover wasn't always.
Yeah, it's like the way that they had to work with him after that point, though, was all because of that leg. There was a certain way that they had to like accommodate his abilities as well. And I feel like she did a good job of that in the books, and it was a shame that it wasn't actually in the films too.
Yeah, it is a shame.
I do need to reread those. This is my experience.
Same.
Less anxiety, more physicality, like hyperactivity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Charles, like over the course of Animorphs, they are between the ages of 13 and 16.
Yeah.
Like, it's horrifying.
Wow. I know. It'll still be up if you want to listen later. Back in Vampire Times. Yeah. It's like these were some examples I thought of. The actual stories themselves in whole are not perfect, but I mean, Get a Life, Chloe Brown, I feel like is perfect, but I'm not in a position to say that. But these were kind of scenes that when I was thinking back, even if the whole thing isn't perfect, there were elements that I really liked. So one, which I was kind of surprised, Game of Thrones, which is obviously very problematic overall. But I think about when Bran was pushed out of the tower. This happens like the first episode. So he becomes like paralyzed. And Tyrion builds him a device that he can still ride horses because he really loves adventuring, and he's really upset that he's unable. Instead of like, oh, you should just learn to walk again and all of this, Tyrion builds him a device so he can, you know, still live the life he wants through his means, rather than expecting him to change. They change, you know, the tools that he has. So even though there's that story,
because later on his stories, but the beginning I love. I agree.
Yeah, I just thought that was a really nice thing, rather than it being pushed like you need to get up and walk again. Which I guess like
even with Jaime Lannister losing his hand, his whole arc with losing his hand was quite interesting in Game of Thrones too.
Yeah, I mean Tyrion is a very, very interesting character.
He is a very interesting character.
Love Tyrion.
His whole character story is fighting back against the stereotypes of people with dwarfism in stories. Even if they're magical dwarves, it's still harmful.
And he often defended other people who were different too.
Yeah,
I like the fact that his character is never perfect.
Yeah.
You know, he wasn't like the model sort of taking from that model minority thing. He never fit quite into that ever, and I really like that about him.
Yeah.
I mean, he was like a drunk, and he like loved having sex. He was very sexualized.
He was a menace.
I loved that, and in the book, he becomes kind of an antagonist. Like he's sort of an anti-hero, anti-antagonist, which I also
love
like,
that.
because it's not like, oh, he's evil because he has a disability. It's more people with this condition are not children. They have agency, and they are people that have their own self-serving feelings, just like everyone else. Which I found interesting, but there's a lot of problematic elements to Game of Thrones. A lot. But I just thought that was interesting. And then obviously, like in Chloe Brown, you know, there's never emphasis on changing. You know, Chloe Red is always sort of changing to fit with her or adjusting things, listening to what she needs, rather than it being like, oh, well, you need to do this or this. And I feel like it's a big part of who she is. And it doesn't take over who she is, but it's relevant to the point that you can see it's important to her and her story.
Yeah, it changes everything about the way she lives her life.
Yeah, and from memory, there are scenes that kind of end abruptly because she's like, I need to go rest. I can't keep doing this, which I remember I really liked, because it just, you really felt how abrupt it is. It just comes and she can't do things anymore. And we, you know, change the scene rather than forcing her to keep going through things. So I really liked that as well. And then Finding Nemo. I love Finding Nemo, but you know, Nemo and Dory are able to accomplish things, and it's not seen as like, oh, they're so amazing because they overcame these things, which is another thing that we was talked about in the book, is when people with a disability do something, sometimes it's really seen as, oh my god, it's so amazing, and it can seem a bit dehumanizing and belittling. So kind of like and the whole point of Finding Nemo is that, you know, you shouldn't infantilize your child just because of, you know, he has the smaller flipper in Finding Nemo, and it sort of shows, look how bad it is when you do this to your child, and it's about letting your child live their life. So yeah,
I know my agency. My husband has a limb difference, and he's a pretty big fan of the way it's represented in Nemo. I know that much.
Yeah, I think, you know, even though the focus isn't really on Nemo, it's obviously on the dad, which
it's just a part of who he is, a lot of scenes, the whole thing. Yeah, and there's scenes with Nemo in the tank where Nemo's doing a lot of great things, and there's scenes where Nemo can do things other fish can't do. Because that's how it works.
It's all kind of comes down to Nemo's ability to problem solve a lot of those situations as well, and like figure out a way that he can do it with his funny fin, you know. And having the confidence to know that he can do it.
He's empowered a lot by people around him.
His father has been telling him constantly his whole life that he can't do anything.
That which is of course not getting him away.
But then you understand.
And it was also like good for the dad.
Yeah, you understand where his father is coming from with it too, because he was the only egg left, and his wife died, and
he's lost everything. That trauma perspective is quite interesting.
Nemo's literally the only thing he's got left. Yeah,
and so it's like a learning journey for him, and his relationship with Dory explores that as well, and how she can still do things and manages to do a lot of amazing things. But again, I like that it's not heralded as this big incredible thing. More than others. It's just people make achievements.
That's where, like people with disabilities in comic books always kind of fucks me up, like trips me up, because like you get Hawkeye in the Marvel comics, he's deaf, and then you get characters like Daredevil. Daredevil is blind, and with Hawkeye, his deafness doesn't make him necessarily better at what he does. He was already good, and then he ended up deaf. And his deafness doesn't affect his ability. That's fine. He's just a deaf character now. And that's okay. With a character like Daredevil, his blindness is a part of his superpower. And I find that a little bit odd, because I've been told for a long time that ADHD is a superpower. And I'm like, no, it's not.
I'm like,
so I kind of hate that.
Yeah. If you treat us better, it will treat us worse. It's both bad. We're just people.
Yeah. And like, yes, Daredevil is a great character, and yes, not everyone is 100%, like not all blind people are 100% blind, obviously. You don't have to be 100% blind to be legally blind, and that's all well and good, but his like this whole your disability is your superpower thing really grinds my gears. So whenever I come across that, I get really irritated.
It is a pet peeve for me. I'm like, can we please drop the superpower stuff? I want it. I hate it.
Why do you need to be? And it's the Captain Marvel series that I mentioned earlier from DC, with all the disabled kids. They get the power of the gods, basically. So they transform into big, powerful adults when they get struck by, when they say their name and they get struck by lightning. They're still living with those disabilities outside of when they're superheroes, and you get to see them doing that. These are just like two different things. And I don't mind that so much in the same way that I mind Daredevil, but also I'm not blind, so I'm not,
The superpower thing really messes me up, because obviously it's applied to autism a lot.
Oh, yeah. Autistic people and everything, they're always at some kind of savant. And it's really...
It's so smart. It literally makes me start twitching. I hate it.
So smart, so quirky.
Yeah. And the thing that really, really annoys me about it is that it's like they feel the need to make themselves comfortable about your disability. And I feel like the way that it's portrayed in stories is like an extension of that. They can't be comfortable with my disability. They can't be comfortable the way that I am, and the way that, like I'm of average intelligence. I'm just a person. I'm just a normal person. And I come across weirdly to people. And I know a lot of autistic people feel the same way, like weird. I'm obviously not weird. I'm just autistic. But they've got this idea that if, that they're insulting me by acknowledging what I go through. And it's like, you're not. It just is. It's like when people get really upset about the word fat. It's just a descriptor. It's just what I am.
Describing word. Yeah.
I'm just fat. It's fine. Like, I don't mean, that doesn't mean I'm bad. I'm just autistic and fat. Like, they're fine. It's okay. Yeah. And there's this freak out of like,
society tells us bad things.
Yeah. And it just I feel like the stories, the way that it's portrayed is definitely extension of that experience.
It is,
for able people.
Yeah.
This is such a good point.
I did see this, but I don't remember it. I just remember thinking it was kind of shit.
I definitely need to watch, I think.
I was like, no one wants to see a movie in an aquarium, bro. We want the ocean. So that was the extent of what I can remember, being like, oh, it's in an aquarium. Yeah. Dory's a sweetie. I do feel like, I guess it's kind of used as a joke, but I don't know. I'm sure there's a lot of shortcomings in Finding Nemo.
I think if you're going to have a comedic character that has some kind of disability, you need to balance it out. Because like there's nothing to say that you can't have a comedic character that has a disability of some kind. That's fine. No one's saying you can't do that, but you need to find a balance of like the two things. That their disability cannot be the thing that is funny.
Yeah. And you can tell they haven't.
Yeah. But you can have a character. You can have a character make a joke about their own disability. You can have a character struggle to do something and then have a quip, like have them themselves make a quip about how this always fucking happens or something like that. But you can't have other people making them the butt of the joke.
No, there's no punching down. I think that's what people have not figured out. What punching down versus punching up is.
Yeah.
Like you can tell they don't have them in the right. They don't have disabled people in the writers' room. That becomes quite apparent. And yet there's a million disabled comics out there, like comedians.
Yeah.
It's like the material's there. It's right there.
It's right there. Yeah.
Yeah. Because like Dory is kind of it's made as a joke, but she does also have agency and does amazing things. So it's that also almost makes it worse because it's like, oh, but she is great, but still it's a joke, so it almost makes it feel like it's okay. It's okay that she's a joke because
we're supposed to laugh at her inability to remember things.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sure
Aww.
I think so it'd be really interesting to see how it makes people feel that
they tried really hard to find that balance with Dory, but I think they hit it in the wrong place. Almost.
Yeah,
they got it. They did so well with Nemo, and then they just sort of went, nah.
Yeah.
Because I haven't seen it in years, but I remember it being there are a lot of jokes from memory about it.
Yeah.
And it was seen as a comedic thing.
Yeah, it's definitely something I think I need to rewatch.
So some other really good quotes. So this is a paradox that once unique to both human nature and fairy tales. You cannot reach for a better society without recognizing that the society in which you live is also imperfect. The two go hand in hand.
Yeah, thank you. And that means people have to look inward, and they're not willing to do that a lot of the time.
Yeah.
What was that? This might be slightly off topic, but there was a discussion I can't remember who it was, yonks ago, like when I was in uni, they were talking about why fantasy worlds and novels are always kind of dreary and not very nice. And the professor made a point of saying, because the real world isn't very nice. We only write what we know. You can write a utopia, but there's like whenever you write a utopia in a book, there's always something wrong with it. And that's the point.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. The utopia doesn't exist.
So it's practically utopic, but it's definitely not.
I will say a book that got it quite close, though, is A Psalm for the Wild Build.
I want to live in that world.
Oh, when I say I loved that book recently, I loved that book. That one.
I like the second one even more. It's so good.
It's so interesting.
Yeah. I love Becky Chambers for really she addresses a lot of the inequalities, but she's also particularly in her series that starts with A Long Way to the Small Angry Planet, she's not over the top about it.
No, she's very subtle in the way she talks about things. She's also pretty obvious about what she's talking about, which there's nothing wrong with, but she's doing it in a way that's palatable for the everyman.
And it makes sense for the world too.
Yeah, she's not doing it in like an Ursula Le Guin psychomyth style where you're going to come out of it confused.
Haven't read any of her books.
She's wonderful.
When in the beginning of the first one it talks about how that their personal computers are meant to last because that's how all electronics should be. Can we please just that? If we could just take just that, that'd be great.
Yeah, like the whole book is the question of humans are fully sustainable, the world is fully sustainable, everyone has what they want, and this monk is like
nobody goes to the wilderness.
Everyone has everything that they need and want, that they could possibly want and need, and so this monk is like, well, when you have everything, what else is there?
Yeah,
and that's what this robot is asking as well. Once you have everything, what else is there?
I'm desperate for more stories in that world.
Same. I have to read the second one.
On to that.
Yes, we are fat and beautiful.
Yes,
I can be both. And I always say to the people, I can be both. I am both.
Yeah, it's the way that people talk about bodies is very strange.
It's really odd.
The way that people think they have a right to speak on other people's bodies the way they do is very strange. I've had a lot of strange interactions with people, and I'm sort of like, are you really saying that to me right now? Like, I will call it out. I'm like, are you really saying that about my body?
Yeah.
Why are you talking about my body? Like, why? I always like to do do you have the hots for me or something? Like,
Yeah.
I love that. I love that
because
so
it's
much.
very,
It's
very
such an
weird.
odd thing to say. I find people get on the back foot pretty quickly if you say that's a really odd thing to say.
I just
I'll be like,
I just do it back, but I point out something on their body that they probably don't like.
Like, you don't like it? Yeah, so don't do it.
Yeah, like
I love it.
Because I don't do my eyebrows or anything, and it's not super obvious, but like unibrow, and I don't care. It doesn't faze me. It's everyone else's problem. If they don't like something about me, that's them problem. And this guy pointed it out, so I pointed out that he had saggy neck skin, and he like he was not happy.
But he didn't like it.
Oh, didn't you like that? That's so
he was like, oh, you should pluck your eyebrows. You'd look really nice if you plucked your eyebrows. And I was like, you'd look really nice if you got some of that saggy neck skin removed. And he kind of like huffed at me and walked away. But I'm kind of bitey. I don't like to point out things to other people that they don't like about their bodies, but if you're going to do it to me first.
Well, you're teaching them a lesson. Like, the way I do with it probably isn't. It humiliates them and then they don't care, but you really hit them. And people that comment on other people's bodies are usually very insecure about themselves.
Yeah, that's the one.
They can't be insecure about them.
Yeah, it's always like, do you like it when I do it to you? It's like when my friend and I, we all have kids around the same age, and when they were little, like my kid pushed one of her kids over, so I pushed him over. I was like, how do you like it? You're bigger than him and you pushed him over. How do you like it when I'm bigger than you and I push you over? You don't, right? Don't do it. You know.
Beautiful.
It's like, it may not be the best way, but it's probably better than doing nothing, which a lot of people
it gets through to them in a way that they understand, right?
Yeah.
And it's not like I was pushing him over to hurt him.
And particularly with adults, they need the F around and find out moment, I think. Sometimes.
Exactly. I think so too.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Sorry, I just caught up with that comment.
That
is rude. I know a few women who will point out things that women are wearing and stuff, and I'll just go, I think she looks great. I wish I had that kind of confidence.
Actually, though, I'm like, no, she looks great. She looks hot. Who cares?
Like, who cares if her butt's hanging out of her shorts? Like, I've got bigger things to worry about.
Oh, buddy, if you are bothered by the length of someone's shorts, that's very much a you problem. That is
need to focus on other things.
Problem. Like, I get comments about like my teeth, my eyebrows, the fact that I don't shave, and I'm like, why does that matter to you? How is this directly impacting your life? Why do you care?
You just can't with body hair.
The shaving thing on women is very strange. People are very offended by women that don't shave. And I've never understood
my hair goes there. Right? It's like my hair goes there. I as long as I'm showering, I don't see your problem. You know, like if I'm clean and I don't smell like hair,
it's not a big deal.
Go away. Like I'm not asking you to like look. And a lot of them tend to be more on the conservative religious-y side of things. So I like to pull the whole, if your eye causes you to sin, pluck it out.
Yeah.
It's like,
that's always a good one.
Go away.
Yeah. This is
body neutrality.
Yes, but you're also hot as fuck, so I disagree.
I agree.
Parts of your comment.
We all agree.
I love.
You're allowed to feel how you feel. I'm just saying that's how I feel.
No, I love body neutrality. I went and tried something on, and somebody was like, "Oh, I think because it didn't fit," and she said, "Oh, don't feel bad that you've got to have the size 20." And I'm like, "My body doesn't have to do anything but hold me."
Yeah.
And she just looked at me like, "Oh," because I was like, "It's okay. I don't mind being a size 20. That's fine."
Like this whole idea that like you need to change your body to fit the clothes instead of changing the clothes to fit your body is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, and the idea that weight equals health automatically.
Yeah,
it's like get rid of that.
Yeah. Sasha, I think you need to, if you are comfortable, do a discussion on this sort of stuff with your readathon.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes.
Probably what we can say about this sort of thing.
Yes.
I think this is the last question, but so Luke often talks about how, it's not the disabled people that need to change, but society needs to change to accommodate to them. Not even accommodate, just include them in the world and let them participate. So what are some ways that you think we could change, or society could change some ideas to make things more inclusive. I mean, we talked about the teacher aides before.
No music in shops.
Genuinely.
More quiet hours, ramps, wider
Quiet
doors.
hours are great.
I'm
doors
never
are such a
during a
big
quiet hour
issue.
because they fit parents. They don't really fit me and my schedule. But yeah, like trying to get people to turn music off in cafes. Soft furnishings need to be everywhere because echoes are one of the worst things for me. And so if I'm not by myself and I can't wear headphones, I cannot go into, particularly it's a cafe on my main street that has no soft furnishings. The whole place is like wood, plaster, concrete, and metal. And it is a hellscape for me. Going in there is horrific. And so I just cannot go in there because like I'm going to get so overstimulated that I'm going to have to walk straight back out again. Manage queues properly so that people can occupy spaces without 500 other people. All sorts of things, making it easier to find sugar-free options, carb-free options, gluten-free options, believing people when they say, I can't have this, even if they can, who cares? All sorts of stuff. So
you've really got to take that one at face value.
Because it's none of your bloody business anyway. It's like, so what? If they can have gluten, they just don't like it. Who gives?
Yeah.
Leaving people alone when they're picky eaters is another one. Because people with
fluorescent fucking lights.
Sconces. No lights bearing down. Sconces that shine up at the wall.
Yep.
Soft light.
Like
lights along the ground so you can still see where you're going.
Are either of you the people that can hear fluorescent lights?
I can't really tell.
If I'm close, but
I can hear fluorescent lights. Sometimes I can hear, like, if you plug in a phone charger, I can hear the phone charger. That is one of the things that drives me the most fucking insane, is if there's like an electrical noise. But I don't care if it's like the fridge motor starting up because it needs to turn on the fan to cool down a little more. I don't mind that. But if there's
I can hear the TV.
Oh yeah, no, I hate that. I hate that.
I hear monitors.
Yeah, when I notice it, I can't unhear it, and I'm listening to it constantly.
Yeah, I would rather less lighting and then some lighting on the floor so that it's safe.
I'm very much like I'm very much a like full room lighting kind of person. I'm not a lamp person.
We only use lamps. We don't use the oaks ever.
It's because low light gives me headaches as well, and so do like fluorescent lights and stuff. Yeah,
I definitely make that more tricky, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It makes it harder to balance them out. But I do think that fluorescent lights need to fucking go.
Yeah, I'm over them. One of my favorite things has been smart lights, because if I'm either too tired or I'm like, for whatever reason, I've got to be up at 3 a.m. because my sugar's low, or I'm in pain because I have sciatica, I can just use my phone to turn my lamp on.
Yeah.
Any color I want as well. Like smart lighting has been a massive game changer. And we don't use the overheads at all. We call them grief orbs because they're orbs of grief. We don't like them. So as far as I'm concerned, if I ever built a house, sconce lighting would be one of the first things I did.
Yeah.
And drawers everywhere. But fuck cupboards, I hate them. Drawers,
I hate both cupboards and drawers. I am very much a shelf lady. If I can't see it, it doesn't exist. It does not exist. Like at my old house, I took the doors off of the closet and I filled the closet with shelves.
I feel that.
And that's where I kept all of my towels, clothes, and everything, because again, I can't see clothing.
Yeah.
When I moved out of my last house,
I like to put things away because I get overstimulated when there's too much.
Mess. Yeah, it's too much.
No, I like to have my mess hidden. I don't want to see my mess.
I think I function a lot better in chaos. But like when I moved out of my last house, because I never ended up taking the cupboard doors off of the doors off of the cupboards in my kitchen because I didn't want things to get greasy from cooking. I had 3 waffle irons because I thought I didn't have one, and then I bought another one, and then I put the second one away, and then I buy a new one because I think I don't. Yeah, so if I don't have things on shelves where I can see them,
I have 2 stick mixers. I feel you.
Yeah, like it's
It's
really
a
bad.
whole thing.
It's been
That's
a really big problem for me as an adult having like I had 2 bread machines at one point.
Yeah, rebuying stuff that you don't know you have. Yep,
Yeah,
that's me.
it's really
Yep.
it's terrible.
That's one of the reasons why I often catalog stuff in my like bullet journal and things like that, so that I know
Maybe
what I
I
have.
should
So I
do
don't
that.
rebuy things.
Maybe I
But
should
I
make
do
a
it with
list.
books too.
Yeah.
I got hard copies of ebooks and stuff, and I'm just like, you have it already. Stop.
Yeah.
The worst.
Yes.
But at least with drawers, even the big ones that you put like your pots and stuff in, you can at least open it up and see everything.
You can see everything, yeah.
Everything.
We have a lot of
Whereas
those
the back of your cupboard, forget it. Especially those
New
corner
Zealand
cupboards.
houses have a lot of those fucking corner cupboards. I fucking hate them.
Oh,
Everything
same.
ends up in the far corner to die. It just goes there to die. Like
Yeah.
100%. I go out with my support worker, and like, as far as I'm concerned, people think that she's my friend. She is my friend now,
Yeah.
but like, you know, when I go out, I'm with my support worker, and people look at me so weird when I say that she's my support worker, especially given that she's younger than me.
Do they
Drives
wear
me
a uniform?
Nah, and they're super gothy as well, so we look totally different.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because in like NDIS jobs, you don't have, because I have to wear a uniform.
Yeah, she doesn't have to wear a
but,
uniform.
you know,
she does.
Sometimes I don't want people to think that I am related or friendly with some of these awful old people. They're not all nice, and sometimes I'm like, thank God they can see I'm working, because this man that's burping and smells and is rude and saying awful stuff, I don't want to be. So, but yeah, I've definitely noticed stuff through my work, because I often go out with elderly people who use a walker or are in a wheelchair, and I've definitely noticed stuff now, just accessibility stuff. And there's a cafe that I sometimes take clients to that employs people through NDIS. So it's really good in that it gives people working opportunities. They're very patient with everyone, and they do stuff like letting people have breaks when they need and stuff. But it still isn't very accessible. Like, there's still a lot of clutter. It's like a music cafe, so it's got lots of stuff everywhere. So you've got to really like be careful moving the wheelchairs around it. But I don't know if that's necessarily a problem with the shop, but a problem with capitalism, in that it's really hard to afford
as well.
spaces. You know, they can't afford a bigger space, and they need to be able to sell stuff to keep this business going, because it's you know, a really good incentive. So they want to have lots of products in the shop. So a lot of it is seen as a lot of it's seen as like individual things need to be done, but it's more of a bigger scale.
It's a societal attitude thing that needs to change. Like
these businesses can't afford to have a bigger shop, so they've got to stuff what they can in the small space. And they want to have chairs for people to come in, and so there's chairs everywhere, and it gets in the way. So
late stage capitalism is just a giant mess. Like when I go out with my support worker has spina bifida, but they are mobile, and it's really frustrating because they have a placard for themselves, like a disability parking permit for themselves. It is not necessary for me. I am a fall risk, but I would not meet criteria for one. But we were in the car, because of course I sometimes leave Sarai in the car, because sometimes it's, for me, the support is about getting out of the house. Once I'm there, and I've got headphones, I'm okay. I can, as long as I get in and out quickly. So sometimes if, you know, my support worker is in pain, she stays in the car. And so we've had people take photos of her car because they see me getting out, and they make a judgment about why, you know, about her permit. And it's just like, you could try the mind your own business thing. You could try that.
You've got a permit.
And we were just like, what are you doing? Like, it's they've already gotten permission for the permit. The permit's there for a reason. And it's just
the people you're going to complain to are the people that gave the permit out.
100%. So, it's not like what if Ryan needs to get out of the car and go to the bathroom? You know, like, it's there for a reason. It's not there for
I get looks all the time when I get out of my car, and then they see me helping an elderly person that can barely walk, and they're like, oh.
Yeah, you're like, shut up, basically.
I'm like, why? Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I've also had taxi drivers say to me, oh, at least you're not disabled, and then backtrack and like get all flustered when I'm like, well, I actually am. So.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
And Big W is another one. Big W
So
lights.
bright. So bright.
My friend couldn't work there because it kept giving her migraines, the lights.
I had that issue. I used to work in like a government office, and like they actually changed out the lighting type in the roof just like above where I sat because I was getting migraines like no one's business.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Genuinely.
I like this one.
Yes. Thank you. I understand people have got places to be, and we've all lost a lot of that socializing ability because of COVID, but yeah.
Yeah. People are very impatient. Like
people need help sometimes. And it's okay to ask for help and get help.
And even people that don't need help, they're just looking at stuff in the supermarket. People get so impatient.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's like, let this old lady read this packet. Like, leave her alone. You know? But yeah, and stuff that I do, which, you know I could do more than I do, but like stools in cafes. I hate them. But if they're there, I'll like take it because I can sit in them.
Yeah. Same.
I'm actually able to sit in them. I'm short, so it's like really awful. But if it's busy, I will, and they're like, oh, you can take like this table with the chairs or the stools. I'll take the stool because I can sit in it. But they're going to be people come in that can't, and then they have to go. You know?
Yeah, I do the same thing when I was out with Robbie. Before Robbie was in his chair, I would make sure that he got the bench or the bit wider, comfortable seat, something with a back on it, stuff like that. And I would take the stools are the horrible things.
Yeah, so just having like not just patience but awareness and being kind, like just the way it makes people feel, knowing that you're accommodating to them and thinking of them, and it's like you're saying, I want you to take part in this part of society. I respect you and I want you here. Whereas when you don't, it's like, oh, they don't care about me. They don't want me in this space. So I really like the whole idea of normalizing different behaviors from society because, and a lot of that comes down to education, which
Robbie and I
I mean, Tasmania's really, really got their priority straight because we're putting all our money into a football stadium. So you can see what we really care about here in Tassie is sport.
Of course. That was my experience as a teenager, as a kid.
Yeah.
Was like, I found the best way, so therefore you need to do it your way, my way, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. Honestly, for everybody, the way we do our housework is very personal. So you'll just need to let everyone do it how they do it. Because if just like people start to take over and do it wrong, no.
Yeah. My mum would just sort of like
moving into this space recently, like my best friend, I've moved in with my best friend and his partner, and my friend and I are the ones that do all of the cleaning and the cooking mostly, and we both do things differently, but we're always asking each other, oh, how come you do it like that? But we just let each other do it our way because there's no point for arguing over it.
You might learn something, like that's a good idea.
Exactly. You might learn a trick. Who knows?
Mama Cusses talks about the way how she does things online, and like how she does chores in a way to accommodate herself and things that work for their family and stuff like that. And other like autistic people and stuff talking about the way they do chores, and ADHDers as well. I keep toothbrushes by my bed. I keep a toothbrush in the bathroom, and I keep a toothbrush where I sit in the lounge room because I have trouble brushing my teeth. And so keeping it just in the bathroom where it's supposed to be is not working for me. And so I just dry brush.
No, I do that as well.
It's so
I do that as well.
And and it allows me to make sure that oral hygiene is taken care of, because if you don't look after your teeth, it can cause heart issues and a bunch of other things. And I'm already at risk of heart issues because of my diabetes.
And the pain is just awful. You can't, like, doesn't a lot of pain medication not help relief of toothaches? So you're just like, you want to avoid
toothaches are worse.
Yeah, because it's often nerve.
Yeah, so there's not much. Yeah,
it's just those little things. I create nests. I create nests where I am so that I can do whatever needs to be done wherever I am as soon as I think about it. And it's so, and I found that out from an ADHD TikToker, I think, and I was like,
and
I just have them in a little
my
case
mum used to,
in the different places, and then I just, if I dry brush, then I just go and spit and rinse with mouthwash.
I need to try that.
Yeah, it's
my mum used to get so annoyed with me for my piles.
Yeah. It's so hard to manage health as an ADHDer, and we're more likely to pass away from things like accidents as well. So, like, there's a lot of stuff that we really should be accommodating and really gassing ourselves up, going, you can do this. This is a good thing to do, even though it's not what other people do.
And people not shaming you, because like I would sometimes want to put a toothbrush in the bedroom and a cup, so I could do it in bed.
Do it.
And I would have people at the time be like, "That's lazy." You know,
So
don't do that. That's lazy and unhygienic, and you know, just get off your ass and go do it. I'm like, I don't know why it's so difficult for me, because I don't consider myself lazy. I work very hard, but it just my brain just doesn't want to do it, and the thought of doing it really, really upsets me, and I feel exhausted. And I don't know why, because then I could go and do something else and go really
harder than everybody else, because we have to do extra stuff in order to meet the same standards that neurotypicals can.
And we don't know where our brains are. Like, we can't justify it. It's just how it is. It's how our brains work. And we can say, oh yeah, it does seem silly, but it's how it is. It's how I work. So just changing attitudes of, well, this person needs to do that, then that's fine. It's not lazy. It's just how they work.
It's like it's even like little things, like so that you don't forget to take your lunch with you to work, put your car keys next to your lunch in the fridge.
Yeah.
I'm always losing stuff.
It's always things like that.
Chop things up and put them in containers as soon as you get them. Put them in the fridge, and then you've got stuff you can snack on.
Yeah,
or
and you don't have
favorite foods
later
in packaging. And I've got a walking pad because I can't always eat the way a diabetic really should. And so if I eat something that's not really the best option for me, but because I don't have enough spoons, I can't do anything else. Like I put a few pieces of ham and a piece of, a bit of creamy pasta in a bowl. I'm like, yep, that's my lunch.
Yeah, that's
I add the ham. I add the ham because the protein's good for me and helps me digest the carbs better, or, it sort of affects the way carbs are digested. And then I'll go for a walk and drink a bunch of water afterwards.
Yeah. It's like something I always say to people, because I get asked a lot about people like about eating with depression and like getting back into eating after like eating disorders and things like that, because these are all issues that I have had. And I'm like, I always say it doesn't matter what you're eating. Some food, depending on what conditions you have, some food is better than no food. If all you can manage on a really depressed day is a handful of grated cheese, then you've eaten a handful of grated cheese. Like the important thing is that you're eating something, and it does not matter what that is. It could be a bowl of ice cream. Yeah, your body's still going to thank you for it. Yeah,
it's like when you've got a stomach bug and you can only eat certain things because your stomach won't. Like you might have a weak cup of tea and a biscuit. Yeah, you're eating something. It doesn't matter what you're eating.
Yeah, something is better than nothing. Like a handful of dry cereal, if that's all that you can manage, that's fine. Yeah, and people will be like, "Oh, but it's not very healthy," and I'm like, "Don't care.
Who cares?
Something is better than nothing in all instances."
We also don't owe anybody else good health either.
No, we don't.
We just don't. It's got nothing to do with anybody else.
Yeah.
Super helpful.
I will have to try this.
I do this a lot as well. If I'm in the shower,
I used to do that. Maybe I should start doing that again.
Yeah.
So it's much better when I did that.
Cool.
You're cleaning your body. You might as well clean your teeth too.
Yeah, you do your face at the same time. That's what I do. My face.
Rinse your hair out. Do that while you're rinsing
all
your
of
hair.
that lives in there. Good. Toasties are the bomb.
Toasties are great.
Toasties are so good.
The one I used to do all the time was I'd cook like a big batch of pasta, and it would just sit in my fridge for a couple of days. And sometimes I would just heat it up and throw some melted cheese on it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I actually don't cook anything from scratch because I just don't have the spoons to do it. So I buy those like pre-made roasts and things. Yeah. They'll go in the air fryer. I'll put like a microwave mash as my carb and like half a bag. And then I'll do like a steam fresh veggie of some kind.
Oh, so like I love cooking. I love cooking. I cook a lot, but like sometimes you just don't have the energy for it.
No. Yeah. And I've stopped having dinner as well. Like I don't insist on my big meal being dinner. I just do it when I've got the energy.
Yeah, do it when you want to eat. That was another thing I always point out to people as well. Like don't force yourself to only have like a set number of meals a day. If you feel hungry, get a snack.
Yeah. You just eat when you're hungry.
Yeah. Get a snack. Like especially when you're depressed, or if you're always something is better than nothing. If your body's telling you you're hungry, you need energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. Oh, finicky skin is so hard. I'm dealing with that at the moment. I empathize.
I've
Erin, I
never
really do.
liked toothpaste. It was a big struggle as a child.
I use
I won't go into
children's
detail, but
toothpaste.
yeah.
We used to
I
have
know it's all in my
a
head, but toothpaste and me, there's only one toothpaste I can have without letting my dinner come up, kind of thing. So,
oh, that's no good. That must be awful.
yeah, I feel like I'm like me and toothpaste. I do clean my teeth, so don't worry if anyone's like going to meet me and they're like, "Oh God, she's going to smell." It just is very difficult for me.
yeah.
It's kind of
Also,
like
the
a
attitude
little
around.
trouble I have.
I think the attitudes around bad breath too are really, really, really awful as well too, because like some
It's
conditions
just
can
breath.
give you bad breath as well. It's just like just
Oh,
ignore
tonsil stones,
I don't
stomach
want to have bad
ulcers.
breath at all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got severe reflux. It's another one
Yeah,
that causes
reflux,
trouble.
yeah.
So I have mints with me always, and it's just like just leave
Yeah,
people
I
alone.
use like a
Don't
nut
assume they have
spray.
bad hygiene. Just leave them alone. Like just understanding. I think because we can't learn about every condition, you know, like it's just not possible. There's so many.
Yeah, we can't learn about every condition. We can't accommodate for everything that occurs in a condition because everyone's sort of like like sensory issues and stuff are different. Like I don't like touching corn flour. You know,
It is very weird. I can
I
understand.
don't like touching corn flour. It makes me feel sick, but I cook with it all the time still because it makes food good. But like
breaking glass is my thing.
I hate anything that feels like wet,
like it,
but
unfortunately.
like dry. But I hate things that feel dry but wet at the same time.
Oh, ow.
like microfiber cloths.
Mm.
The worst, you know.
That's Sash with the high smile. I like the base flavor. My issue with high smile is that I hate menthol in toothpaste. I struggle really badly. It burns the living out of my mouth. And so I'll use it and I'll be like, I've got red velvet flavor. And then all of a sudden I have menthol in the background. I'm like,
oh,
yeah.
it's
why?
You just don't like.
So I have a Korean
brand of toothpaste at the moment, and it's pomegranate flavor, and that's pretty nice.
Oh, that is one of my pet.
Yeah, metal on metal is the worst.
When you accidentally click your cutlery together,
I can't handle the. I can't do the smell of like rust or like metallic smells. So like the smell of blood, the smell of rust. If you like rub your finger too much on like stainless steel and it starts to get that smell.
If you end up with diabetes, get a CGM immediately because you would struggle doing your blood sugar.
Yeah. Like blood. Like the blood.
Constant.
I don't
I
care
bleed
about
at least 4 times a day, every day.
Yeah.
It's unconstant.
I don't think that would worry me too much. I was on like hormone injections and stuff for a long while, and that kind of thing doesn't worry me like at all. But like if I can smell the metallic, bloody sort of smell, it's just horrendous.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just put some examples there. I always think about music events. That's one I think is really.
There's like a vest you can wear if you're hard of hearing or deaf that actually gives you tactile feedback of the music.
Yeah.
Coldplay recently tried to use them and it didn't go very well because they weren't very organized, but the idea is there.
Oh, they need to take notes from like the synchronized light stick shit at K-pop concerts. Because they've got that down. They've got that down. You like link your light stick like one of these to like an app on your phone, and then they tap into the app on your phone and they control your light sticks and they light up in time with the music.
I actually think Taylor Swift concerts have actually started employing like a wristband that does something and everybody wears them so she can sort of see it all happening with the song.
Yeah, like that's kind of what it is. And I imagine they would use something similar for like the bests.
For sure. And interpreters at shows.
Yeah. Yes, interpreters.
I'm loving
everywhere.
that. They're so good.
Yeah.
Like we sign a little bit, Robbie and I, because sometimes when we're so overstimulated, because we're both ADHD, sometimes talking is just not a thing.
It's too much, yeah.
But also another accessibility thing I'd like to see is I'd like to see Auslan move to a single-handed alphabet. Because we use the ASL alphabet because Robbie only has a thumb on his left hand.
Yeah.
And every single letter just about is two-handed in Auslan.
Yeah.
In Taiwan, because like most New Zealand Sign Language is two-handed as well. You can kind of toggle your way through with one hand, but in Taiwan, because of the nature of like the noisy night markets and stuff, you can actually just use one hand to sign to the person that you're buying things from, because you're holding stuff in your other hand. So like if you're wanting like a number, like a certain number of things, but there are certain phrases that you can just articulate with one hand, and it's not in like an official sign language or anything, but it's neat that you can communicate, and you just point to the thing and you're like, I want 6 of these,
100%.
and they'll tell you the price in the same way with the hand as well. And that's kind of born of it, like, we can't hear you because the market is loud. But
true that.
No, it's really neat.
It's really weird. Like New Zealand Sign Language, British Sign Language, and Auslan all share the same alphabet.
Yes.
But we
but
use.
They are very different.
Only single-handed letter is D that I can think of. Everything else has two hands. So Robbie and I will just instead of me going A and Y, I will go. M. Oh, no, that's T. I'm still learning, but A, M. I can't do the thing. M, Y. Instead, it's so much easier. I can read it better than I can do it, because Robbie gets nonverbal more than I do. So, so much easier.
Obviously, like this lady's situation is like very specific, but there's a pair of lesbians on YouTube, Claudia and I can never remember her name, with the red hair.
I love them.
She's deaf, right? But she can speak perfectly well, and she's deaf, and she's got other conditions as well. And she often talks about how she can't sign particularly well because of the condition that she has that affects her hands. And I was kind of like, okay, like for you, obviously this all functions more or less okay, because you can speak really well, and you can still communicate with people really, really well. But then, in other instances, she's very, very clear. Like her diction and stuff is so good. Perfection. But like I was thinking about like people who like they who can't sign. What do people who are like completely deaf, who can't sign, how do they go about things? And I was like, probably like computers, blah 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 blah. But like before all of that,
use their phones a lot.
But it was interesting to think about that when she was talking about how like sometimes she can't sign because her hands just won't do it. But I also think like sign language should be a compulsory topic in school.
And often their idea of accessibility is often not good. And if you bring up that something's not accessible, they'll go and check as abled and then come back and go, no, that's fine.
They don't get opinions.
Service New South Wales the other week. My sport worker couldn't back into the disabled park because the skip was in the way. And then they went and checked and went, oh, well, I can get around it with my Prado. I'm like, that's great.
Oh my gosh.
Your car's not the same as my sport worker's car, and you are potentially abled. Like, there's just no belief. That's the problem. And I went home basically and ranted to Robbie about it. I will eventually put in a complaint, but it's just one of those things that's just like, they just don't believe you. Because it
goes back to that changing of attitudes and patience 100%. And understanding, which comes from education.
It makes me want to go work for them and remind them that they need to start believing disabled people and people of color when they tell you about the experiences that they have. Like,
as I say, I don't know why people think that people lie about these things when it's like, I'm telling you that this thing that inconveniences me, or why would I want to be in a situation where something bad is happening, you know?
They think that you're just saying it for a laugh or something. I don't know.
No, why would I want to be primarily recognized for something that's actually quite debilitating?
Exactly.
I do appreciate Jessie and Claude too with their fact that they draw attention to that in the sectionality too between disability and in Claude's case, obviously race, and then
definitely
queerness as well, with them being gay and all that as well.
It was something that like I found very, very relatable in the context of Claudia anyway. Having like an Asian household growing up and all of that sort of stuff, and trying to figure out how to incorporate that into your everyday life.
And she's got a white parent too, hasn't she? So yeah. I love that channel. I think they're great.
I
need to get onto that.
No, that's so good.
Very
I
good.
think this is the quote I end on.
Here we go. One story
because I really like this quote. I think it sums up the book, and it's
100%.
The changing of the attitudes and the way society reacts to these things, rather than expecting people to change.
Yeah.
And making it normal. It's normal. Even people that don't have a, any sort of condition or look really, attractive and what we see is beautiful. We're all different. What is normal,
It definitely sort of harkens back to that superpower thing that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
So many things.
Honestly,
we sort of covered a lot of this, I guess.
Just positive and realistic representation, really.
And in specific
involving own voices and stuff.
Yeah.
Get them in the writing rooms for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, let people write about experiences that they've actually had.
100%. I want to see specifically. I want to see diabetes representation. You never see it.
You never see it.
Even trying to find people online sharing their story that weren't nutritionists talking about how to reverse diabetes. I couldn't find TikTokers or anything that were typed without people going, oh, you need to lose weight, or, all of this other stuff. And it's like, I need to see it. I need to see people like myself.
Yeah.
I'm starting to see the autism and I'm loving it. And it feels really good to read it. But having only read one book with diabetes representation, and that was type 1 rep, I cried at the end of the book. I needed it. It was really important. And so specifically, I want to see that. I want it to continue becoming more common.
Yeah, I'm always
common.
I'm always craving books that do a really good job of representing people who aren't me, because if I can read something like Crying in H Mart and have a look at someone else's mixed race experience and have that feel very confronting but also cathartic, then I want that for other people as well.
100%. It's so important.
With whatever is relevant to them.
The intersection as well between particularly going back to diabetes, white people are the least likely group to be diabetic. You're way more likely to be diabetic, like type 2 this is, if you are Asian, Black, or I should say Asian and Pacific Islanders, and Black or Latino, way more likely. But most people, it's after the age of 40, it's 40% people are likely to develop diabetes at some point. It's really common. And so I'm we need to see it because young people are getting it now.
They are, yes.
Yeah. And type 2s make up 90% of diabetics. So it's just
more books that aren't about being perfect.
Yeah, I really like this point because it's a journey and we're all going on this journey and it's about changing. I just reading this book, I picked up on so many things I can do this better, I could do that better.
Yeah, 100%.
I think this book is by Case and Callender. What's the one with the pretty boy with the flowers on the cover? I think what's called. It's like a YA book.
Boy with the flowers.
Aaron would know. Aaron, what's the book called? It may not even be the book, but they are trans. And the dad, from memory, in that is not perfect, but the dad's trying. I think it's that book. I feel like whatever book it was, but I think it was that one. I really liked that because parents are not always going to be perfect, but you need to hold them accountable. But I think so many books are either they're terrible and hate their child or they're just perfect. And that's not what most people's experience is.
No, it needs to come somewhere in the middle. Yes, I accept you, and you just need to give me some time to understand what's actually going on.
Yeah, because he did accept, his son. He just didn't really understand it, and a lot of the stuff he did came from a good place, but it was yikes, that's bad. But it's he didn't realize, and it was about teaching the dad. Whereas if we just go, oh wow, you don't know what you're talking about, and shame people, then they're gonna be too scared to try. Yes, it is that one.
Yeah,
I think it's in this book. I read it a few years ago now.
Yet.
I just remember I read a book, and I think it's this one where the dad was, because I really realized how books are so YA books, it's either the parents really bad or really good.
Mm-hmm.
They don't cover this area. So yeah, I really like this point of, you know, to have the same with, you know, the people writing the books is, you know, not everything's going to always be perfect. And you do get scared to even try because you're scared that you'll do it wrong. So even when you have the condition yourself, you're scared that people will invalidate your experience, which I'm sure is really awful.
I think there's a big thing, like with like everyone being so on the internet, is that people will talk about their own experiences, and someone will be like, well, that wasn't my experience, so that isn't real. And so it's just a cycle of people invalidating each other because their lived experiences aren't the same. Your lived experience is never going to be the same as another person. Like one version of ADHD is different from another version of ADHD, but you can also have something in the middle, and that goes for a lot of other conditions as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And like even with like physical disabilities and stuff, like not everyone's going to have the same experience. They're not going to have come into having a disability in the same way. They're not going to have grown up in the same environment with this disability, and they're not going to have been accommodated in the same way either. So I think that like this idea of like you're wrong because that didn't happen to me is so detrimental, but so many people are so quick to be like that on like today's internet, you know.
Or expecting everyone to feel the same way about their disabilities or their themselves, you know. We all process things differently. Not everyone has, I mean, it's great when people are positive, but not everyone can always be positive, you know?
Like people fall into this trap when we talk about race as well. You get like Asian people living in Asia, and then like expat Asians and second and third generation Asian people in America having completely different opinions on what things like cultural appropriation and stuff are, and that's because you come from different backgrounds.
100%.
Yeah, I guess it's like all of these topics, they're very complicated, and no one is ever always going to be right. And we should just listen and be patient, and you can call people out on stuff and be nice about it, and you can also respond respectfully. And I think there's nothing wrong with being wrong, as long as it's about how you react to that and change. I think you
should be having conversations.
I really like
I think it starts with learning how to have respectful. I think it all starts with learning how to have respectful conversations. You know.
Like I think
that we can start with that. You know, like go, oh, I didn't know about that, but you do. Can you, like, you know, that sort of thing. Like my friends and I have been sort of learning a lot about healthy conversations, particularly with Robbie and I doing counselling and stuff. And so we've created words that means very, very specific things so that we can actually participate in conversations in a healthy and respectful manner. And it's been super helpful in terms of like knowing each other properly, you know, like just addressing the fact that ADHDs interrupt each other, you know, stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. How many times have the three of us interrupted each other through this thing?
It's dreadful. If you don't have a mechanism for it, it can be really hard, and there can be a lot of hurt feelings. My best friend and I, and now Robbie and I do it as well, we actually say, can I just commercial for a sec? And so it lets the other person know that you're going to come back to the topic. And you need to tell them something before you forget. It's super helpful, and it's made a huge difference to the way that we relate to people. And I think stuff like that should be a really, really useful first step.
Definitely. I also really like this one. I think it's difficult and scary and challenging to approach, I guess, disability subjects in a fantasy setting. And I think a lot of people are scared to, because it comes up with conversations like, well, if there's magic, you could just cure this person. It's like, does that person want to be cured? And then should they be cured? It is difficult, I think, I guess, and people are probably afraid.
So Star Trek Next Generation did a really good job with Geordie LaForge being blind. So this character has been blind since he was a kid. He wears this visor that helps him to see, but what he sees in is like infrared signals and all of that sort of stuff, and heat signals and things. And there's a point in the series where he's asked if he wants his eyes to be fixed, and he spends an entire episode deciding whether or not he wants his eyes to be fixed, because this is the only eyesight that he's known. And he eventually decides not to because he sees that the way that he can see with his visor is special and unique, and it actually allows him to see things in ways that other people can't. And a lot of people would complain about that, with him being like, oh, well, no, he thinks that if he gets the use of his eyes, that he's going to be useless and he's not going to be able to contribute to the team. And I was like, that's not actually it. It's that he's functioned like this his whole life. And like using this visor gives him these like horrendous headaches that he needs to be treated for. But he's decided that he doesn't want to change that because this is who he is.
Yeah.
And it does
I love that.
with him. Yeah, it does a really good job with him. And you do find, like, later on as he gets older, he does actually lose the visor and he does get his eyes fixed. But I think it's in a way that he can maintain that manner of seeing.
Oh, I love that.
He's used
I feel
to.
like I love that because I feel like that really brings to the forefront of the aspect that we have our own lived experiences, and as disabled people, we bring unique perspectives to the world, and that our perspectives are valuable. Like, I will never be typical, and my experience as an autistic person is valuable as it is.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
And I think that's what people need.
There's a lot of discussions with like Data. He's an android in Star Trek Next Generation as well, and he is largely viewed as like the autistic representation in this thing. And he's busy trying to figure out how to be human. And we eventually they eventually get to a point where enough people have told him that he is good enough the way that he is. He is human enough the way that he is. Like, he's not physically a human, but like, he's human. He has humanity, and it takes a long time for this character to come around to that point. But then, like, in the same show, even Jean-Luc Picard, Captain Picard, has a synthetic heart, and there's a lot that goes into like discussions about how that affects his ability to captain. When that thing makes him sick, like, what are we going to do? How are we going to accommodate that? Yeah, it does a very good job with a lot of those sorts of topics.
I need to watch this. I think it makes me think of Isaac from Orville, actually.
Yeah, I'm a bit.
I know that you weren't a fan of it, but yeah, I think that those two characters sound like they might have a lot of similarities, and it might affect the way Isaac was written.
Star Trek was very much like a hyperfixation of mine. Like,
for sure, that sounds awesome. I was the same with Stargate, so I get it.
There's a lot of interesting stories about like people with like I won't like try to spoil anything for you, but like people who have like synthetic robot parts, and like, how do we integrate these people back into society? How far back to human do they want to go, and all of that sort of stuff as well.
I love that. I love that modding's become a thing in sci-fi as well, like modding of human bodies and stuff like that. I love that. A thing that is a trope in sci-fi. I very much appreciate that. I think it's awesome. Yeah, they don't lose the humanity just because their bodies are augmented.
Well, like the whole point of science fiction and fantasy is to be able to it is an escape for you, but like, it is also supposed to, I think, fundamentally be a commentary on like the way that we live our lives.
100%.
Yeah, definitely.
100%. I think that's why I like it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just another quote. Why in all of these stories about someone who wants to be something or someone else was it always the individual who needed to change and never the world?
Yeah.
So yeah. This is kind of the end. So I guess anything else you wanted to comment, your biggest takeaway, any recommendations of further reading, anything else you wanted to say?
I 100% need to read more intersectional stuff about disability. That is my takeaway.
I also need to read more about disability too, books with disability. I tend to gravitate towards like racial points of view, like mixed race people, and like people living and growing up in countries where their parents aren't from and stuff, because that's stuff I can directly relate to. But I do need to read more stuff with disability.
I lean towards the queer side of things because of my experiences.
I think
it's particularly bisexual experience, because that's my experience.
I very much lean towards like the queer Asian experience.
Yeah, I need to extend on the side of like the racial experierices and those intersections with disability. Definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
Because like, I remember learning that not only are Black people more likely to be shot by cops in the States, but disabled people are more likely to be shot by cops here and in the States.
Yep.
And on top of that, if you're Black and disabled, like if you're black and autistic and you have a meltdown in the shops,
They're more
you
like
know, you're pretty much doubly screwed, you know, and I found that out. It just upset me. Plus, all the conversation around autism and food is super Eurocentric.
Yeah,
Very
definitely.
Americanized. Chicken nuggets, mac and cheese, that sort of stuff. Buttered noodles.
Well, like when I was little, I went through a phase where the only thing I would eat was rice porridge.
Oh, yum.
Like from like an Asian viewpoint, like the only thing I would eat was
that sort of thing.
yeah, like but like not like a chicken flavored one or anything, just like water, rice, and a bit of salt and pepper, and then my mum would put an egg on it. That was the only thing I would eat for like months. You know.
Yeah,
but that's like a very Asian, like simple food that like a lot of like autistic Asian kids like to eat.
Yeah. I want to see the representation of autistics also, not just autistics with ARFID, but also autistics with wide palettes as well.
Yeah.
I'm one of those. I eat almost anything.
Yeah, I will eat almost anything now. Yeah.
Things that I can't eat, like lots of meats really weird me out, but like I want to see a breadth of experience, and I really need to start taking that in if I want to see it myself.
It'd be really cool to see more variety in our like disability representation in books and media.
100%. And like I feel like sometimes I'm gonna have to write the book I want to see.
Yeah,
I feel like I need to write the book I want to see because I don't think anybody else is going to do it.
Yeah. Good takeaway from the book. Definitely kind of one of the biggest points, I would say.
100%.
Yeah, because going back to the fairy tales, it's what happens in the fairy tales is that people change to fit society.
Yeah. Collectivist versus individualist.
Yeah, so that's definitely a good one.
I need to do better with this.
Luckily, I don't really have a lot of experiences. I'm pretty boring, so most books are pretty different. There's like a few things about me. That's why, like, most of the time when I read, I don't really relate a lot to characters because I'm just so boring. I'm like, I relate a lot to like Lara Jean in those books because that was basically me as a teenager. I'm like, seriously, that's what I relate to. Like,
Lara Jean is pretty good. I've only seen the first movie, but I do like it.
Just the whole like being obsessed with people and like writing love letters. I'm like, that's me. I would get obsessed with people and I had a crush on them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I definitely think that like there's a big emphasis in the booktube, just book community on reading diversely, which is really good. But I think often disabilities get excluded from that.
Yeah, there's not enough discussion about it.
I don't really know why that is. I guess people maybe just follow trends, and if that's trending, people feel like that's what they need to do. But also, people's spoons are different, so not everyone can advocate for everything all the time. And sometimes these are really heavy topics. So maybe people just do what they can. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I just feel like this kind of gets excluded a little bit.
I just kind of like, there's a quote I was thinking of just before from a movie called Kill Your Darlings. It's got like Daniel Radcliffe. He plays like Allen Ginsberg in it. And it's, I love first times. I want my whole life to be composed of them. Life is only interesting if life is wide. And I think we need to include in those first times, like learning about other people. Because when people talk about first times, they're thinking about like jumping into the ocean. They're thinking about, you know, skydiving. They're thinking about bungee jumping.
First love, all those things.
Like, you need to include in first times meeting people, learning about those people, getting new information. Like any conversation where you've learned something new is a good conversation. It doesn't matter what you've learned. It could just be like a silly, like unimportant fact about the person that you're talking to.
100%.
But like, you know, a conversation that's worthwhile is one where you learn something. But like people don't tend to include like learning about things or people or they don't count those in new experience in like the new experience. And I think more people need to sort of think about it that way, that, you know, you're having a new experience every day as long as you're learning something new.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. And I feel like it's very easy to get very comfortable as well, especially after the pandemic. We're all traumatized, let's be honest.
You
know, so it's so easy to fall into that comfort of rewatching and rereading the things you're super familiar with and the same sorts of things that you're familiar with. You know, because we're all working really hard. We've got no money. We're always busy. Like, it's just, life is hard, you know, but it's definitely, I think, important to prioritize, like you said, those first times. of learning new things.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is that like your life is actually composed of first times. You just don't see them that way.
100%.
Yeah.
You know, if you view learning something new about literally anything as a first time and as something exciting and worthwhile, then you're more inclined to do those things, aren't you?
If you do the research,
just thinking about how people, like with reading, people are like, oh, I just read for fun. I really hate that because they think, oh, I can only read fun books if they're about white straight people. That's the only fun books there are, when that's not the case.
Reading political.
Everyone's not saying read a really depressing literary fiction or nonfiction.
Yeah. Read something
romance
fun.
books that are incredibly happy, and it's just like the Brown Sisters books are like the most delightful things ever. I think it's a really gross thing for me when people say like, oh, I only read for fun. Well, it's like there's lots of fun books that you can learn from.
It's like you are allowed to like, you are allowed to read for fun. You're allowed to read anything you want for fun, but like try to read diversely. And no one's saying that you have to have.
It's not like they're not fun books.
We're not saying
reading
that you have
itself,
to have like in-depth conversations about the things that you're reading or anything. You are allowed to read a book and just enjoy it and not think about it.
Just have diverse experiences. That's all.
Have diverse experiences, because you don't know. Like you never know what you might pick up.
The thing that I really find quite interesting about that. Oh, sorry, Burb.
No, you go. I interrupted that time.
No. The thing I find most interesting about it too is that people forget that reading is in itself inherently political. The access to information is inherently political. You know,
media has always been political.
Women didn't get information. We weren't allowed to learn to read. You know, so it's like your ability to read that book. Like, if you don't like it, hand back your key card. You know, like
media's always been political.
100%.
It hasn't been a time when media hasn't been political. You look at like those like criers that would stand on the corner and give everyone the news. It's always been political.
100%.
And loud.
And even when it's not intentionally, it's still providing information, a perspective.
Exactly.
Like the Bible only originally being in Latin. You know, the people couldn't even read their own Bible.
The two testaments were written in two different languages.
The access is inherently political, and it's
like
inherently.
There's a lot of research to support that the Bible was actually written by a large group of people, not just one person, you know. So it's a collaborative effort.
Yeah, and power is always held on to knowledge, you know. That's what they do. You know, so it's like you need to remember that what you're doing is political, even if you don't think it is.
Exactly.
I like Jean Brookish Thoughts with Jean's the way she talks about reading. I love her.
Yeah, and it comes down to like power and privilege. Who has the power and the privilege to be able to write books?
Yeah,
you know, and like, there's a privilege in being able to write in English because it's the most spoken language. And then there's a privilege in your book being well known enough to get translated into English if it's not. So that already controls what we're getting access to as well.
Like reading and writing are incredibly important, and we do read and write for like particular reasons, and to sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. To like learn things and get messages across and stuff, but like it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to can't read and write for fun. It is the same with like movies and television shows. You are allowed to just like goof off and enjoy a silly, you know, TV show or a movie, but like media literacy is very, very, very important, and you need to be able to like use those tools.
I think that as people, you would think as people we want to better ourselves, right? Like we want to do better, we want to be better people, and have learned so much through reading, because especially when you live somewhere like Tasmania, it's basically all just like white straight people. A lot of old people here. It's very retirement heavy. So I get to learn these things through reading, and it's like it's nice to feel like you're learning things about people when you don't have that opportunity as much in real life, and you become a better person through what you learn. So you just think, well, wouldn't you want to learn and become a better person, because these things impact what you know then to enact in life. So we've been talking a while.
You're allowed to turn off your media literacy brain and just have a fun time.
Yeah. I would just like more to cultivate the skill in general. That would be lovely.
Yeah.
Just learn it. You don't have to have it on all the time. Just learn it. Like the amount of people when Star Wars went woke, I'm like, have you not been paying attention?
Oh, no. Like, so something like Star Wars, they've been taking inspiration from like Mongolian culture in particular since the very, very, very beginning. The fact that they're starting to incorporate, so like there's a Star Wars video game that literally opens with a song by a Mongolian folk metal band called The Who.
Oh, cool.
And like, so they're going to actual effort to incorporate languages and cultures and dresses and stuff into games. Like they're looking to incorporate people from those cultures into the new Star Wars films and the games because they've borrowed from those things before, and there's nothing wrong with doing that. Like the Jedi are like a samurai monk society. Like it's not it's all heavily rooted in like things like Shintoism, Buddhism, Taoism. It's not it's all inspired by Asian culture. And the fact that they're incorporating Asian people and Asian music and Asian writers into all of those things is actually really, really great. Whether I like Star Wars or not, like everything I know about Star Wars, I've learned against my will. But like, I think it's really, really great that like they are incorporating like this diversity into it now, even if it's after the fact, like even if it's like late in the game. But like Queen Amidala in the second Star Wars trilogy, her entire big like fancy outfit is like almost a direct copy of a Mongolian traditional dress.
See, it makes me a Native American war bottom.
Yeah, but like it's interesting, and now they're starting to incorporate like Mongolian singers and Mongolian writers and voice actors and like people from all over the place into these TV shows, films, and games, and that's really, really cool.
Yeah.
They're recognizing where they took their inspiration from.
Yeah. And about time, to be fair, let's be honest. Yes. Thank you.
I've been able to do as much as I would have liked and as much as last year because my life, personal life is quite shit right now. But I'm happy I still got to do what I've done. And yeah, I didn't think we'd make 1K this year, so my mom is actually the person that got us to the 1K.
Thanks, Mom.
So I thought, I think we'll make
thanks, Mom.
Then my mom sent me that, and I was like, yeah.
It's like, I love you, thank you for doing that, but like, what in the world? It's bad when your mom's do stuff like that. But it's wonderful at the same time.
She always got us to do it as kids, and she'd be like, my mom and grandparents were the only people that would donate to us, but also I have ADHD, so I couldn't read at all as a kid, right? Like couldn't read. So my list would always have like nothing on it.
I was the ADHD kid who could do nothing but read.
Yeah, I was gonna say
unfortunately
I would run away. I would get home and I would be like done with the world. I would run away.
I used to we used to have to play outside if the weather was good. We couldn't go into the classroom. And I used to find a way. I used to find a way to get into the classroom, and I would hide under a desk and read for the whole lunch break.
I got caught with my book open, with my tray open, and my book open in my tray under my desk.
Yeah, so, and like you pull the tray out and you just read in your lap. Yeah,
it's literally in my year 5 New South Wales equivalent, year 6 report card. That I was slow to start, rarely finishes things. She is happiest curled up with a book.
Yeah.
Oh,
I felt seen by that teacher.
I bought a torch.
I was having trouble.
I bought a torch once with my pocket money, and I would use it to read under my blankets at night, and I would read all night, and then I would be really tired during the day, and it got to a point where it was enough of a problem that my parents confiscated my bookshelf.
My parents used to
They put my bookshelf in their bedroom, and they made sure I didn't have any books in my room when it was time for me to go to bed.
My sister is was very attached to me. Always wanted to play when we were kids, and I was very much a loner. We're only 13 months apart. So my mum would be like, I always wanted a sister when I was a kid. Go and play, and I needed to be alone. I had no spoons. And I would have my books taken away from me as a kid. I didn't have a bookshelf or anything like that because we didn't have the money for any of that stuff. But she would take away my library books and stuff from me.
We kind of grew up in an environment where like my brother and I only really had the time to be friends with each other. So, you know, we would always be off doing our own things and stuff anyway. And sometimes we'd come together and actually spend time with each other because we had dance lessons, dance competitions. I was in acting and singing lessons. I was doing auditions all over the place for like TV and things. We were doing everything. And so we didn't have time for anything else. Like on weekends, we were going to craft fairs because my mum and dad did craft fairs. And then on the weekends where we weren't doing craft fairs, we would be driving from Dunedin to like Oamaru to do like a dance competition or something, you know. So we only had time to be friends with each other. We didn't have time for friends outside of school.
I can't even imagine that. I did no extracurriculars at all of any kind.
Oh, I was also on like badminton teams and tennis teams and stuff. I was very, very, very busy as a kid. But also I like to get in fights, and that got me in a lot of trouble too. So
oh my goodness. I was actually really quiet as a kid. I talked a lot.
Honestly, I think my parents just wanted to keep me busy. They were like, maybe if she's distracted, she'll stop breaking things.
I think I'm having an allergic reaction.
So what? That's not good.
I don't know. My face has been really red for a while, and I'm like, something's irritated my skin, and I don't know what. I have an appointment with an allergist soon, hopefully. So,
yeah, allergies are not fun.
Every time I get those like scratchy allergy tests, like my whole back lights up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, you can see I'm all red. Like I like when it's really bad, it's like fire engine red burning. It's awful, and I have no idea what's doing it.
Well, we might go into a sprint now, so you can go and look into that. I was thinking maybe an hour, and then I'll go through and then I'll see if I have it in me to do any more, because that went a lot longer than I thought, but it was really good. So thank you both.
Thank you so much for having me.
No, that was a really jazzy conversation.
Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, this is really good. Really thankful that you two joined, because it wouldn't have been anywhere as good if I didn't have people to chat with on screen. So thank you. Don't feel pressured to say if you're feeling tired after that, but you're welcome to continue sprinting with me. As I said, I'll probably do an hour now, and then I'll go through the answers of the trivia and see how I feel.
Yeah.
So no pressure, because we did talk for nearly 3 hours about quite intense stuff.
It was really good. It was fun.
I'm probably just going to rest in this sprint.
3 o'clock here now in the afternoon.
Can you tell I have a lot of feelings about this topic?
Yeah, same. I think
so many feelings. So many. I'm usually
so much. Like
it's about 3 o'clock here now, so like I'll hang around until I need to go, because I'm at dinner with my mum tonight.
Nice.
Yeah, no stress. Just if you need to pop out.
I've got the rest of the day free, so I'll just basically go until I got no spoons.
I've got a couple of hours, so
yeah. As I said, we might just do the hour and we'll go through the trivia, and then I'll see. I've also got to go do something this afternoon as well, so we might not have time anyway. So we'll go into a sprint. So happy reading, resting, recovering from that intense chat, and we'll chat in an hour.
Yeah. Meredith, where are you?
You know what I've gone and done? Got to
What?
bring my cup of tea.
Oh, I do that all the time. Go and get it.
Back.
Sorry, folks, I'm tired. Goodness, where is she?
One of those days.
Ugh.
There we go. I really need this today.
I've just had one, and I'm just.
Mm.
He is so good.
So good.
Hello.
I'm sorry. I was putting links in for sprints for Mystic Readathon, and I didn't want to have to start again.
That
Fair enough.
reminds
Because
me.
it was taking me so long.
I need to watch the announcement for that and decide whether I'm going to join. Because I'm getting FOMO.
I mean, I'm not going to pressure you, but just a reminder, there is an easy mode, so you can just log whatever you read and don't worry about prompts.
I do like that. I do very much like that. What's your team?
Werewolves.
Well, ooh. I'm tempted to join
Yeah,
the
you
witches
can just
because I am one.
yeah, you can just join and then just log everything you read, like at the end of the month. Like,
Nice.
you don't need to worry about your points. Will just be the pages.
I'm actually reading this month, like actually like a more typical amount, which is like a bit wild for me this year. I feel like this year's been very slow.
Tinker's the Park, all good. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Boo, headaches.
Yeah.
I had a snack as well. Like a
Yeah,
light.
I had a bagel and it was good.
I had chicken nuggets. I just dressed them up a little bit.
We love a dressy nug.
Mm-hmm. Kippy and furikake and then a bit of sweet chili. I was like,
I love furikake.
Furikake having something fancy.
No, furikake makes everything better.
Everything. It's the MSG, I tell you.
Oh yeah, we have a jar of MSG in our cupboard.
I should get one. Stuff.
Sorry, I'm just getting up the trivia answers. I will have to go after this because I have to be somewhere at 3.
No, I'll
My
have
concept
to go
of time is so bad.
Yeah, honestly,
so we'll
today's one of those days for me. I had to.
I mean, we did
figure things out. Yeah. Just gets to a point sometimes where something has to give. We can't do it all.
I remember we do this Ponke way. I have to share before I present, otherwise it goes weird. Okay. Just turn off the cat, otherwise it'll scream at me. Okay. So I'll just go through the answers.
I was so sad I didn't get around to doing mine.
I mean, you still can just don't watch the answers, but I will announce them so you won't get to win. Tracy, you should go eat.
Make a cup of tea at least, Tracy.
Let's see who these babies were.
The babies. No, yeah, I
not many people got me right, which I was. Yeah, not many people got mine right, and I was quite shocked. Oh. Not many. I thought mine was kind of obvious, but
I think mine's really obvious too.
I think if I had
many people didn't get any right though.
So it depends like which people they're familiar with too.
Yeah, you can see Feyre, see? Like, yeah, Feyre looks like Sash. Oh,
not many people got Paige's. Who was it? Heaps of people thought Paige was someone else's baby photo. Like multiple people. I was like, why does everyone think this is Paige? I might remember when it comes up.
Yeah.
I think everyone got
that
this.
checks out. Yeah. Oh.
I thought more
Yeah.
people would get this. 'Cause I'm like, oh my gosh, it's just you but small.
Yeah.
It's
No
it's the
hair.
cheeks for me and the fair skin.
Yeah. The look, I'm like, you have your like judgmental look then, like just look through people's shit, you know?
Babies are they have such good faces for that sort of thing. No.
Yeah. Very cute. This was Rain. Super cute. No. This was Cat. Cat's was hard. And Cat sent me that. I was like, oh god, no one's gonna be able to tell. But some people got it. I feel like Aaron. A lot of people got Aaron's.
Yeah. Yeah.
The ones where they were older was easier.
Definitely.
Yeah. I thought more people would get this.
I'm actually struggling.
I think
with
this is who everyone thought Paige was. I think everyone thought this was Paige. Yeah. Which I can see it. So this is me.
Hee hee.
So cute.
Zoe's was like impossible. It's like, Zoe, that's such an evil photo. Like, you can barely see the baby. Someone got it right though. I was like, oh my god. Super cute.
So hard too. They changed so much.
This is very cute.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
Yes,
Oh my goodness. Yeah. The happy
as a
eyes.
baby.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is this photo and the other one I sent you of me and my dad's backpack were the only ones that I could fucking find.
That one was so cute. I felt like
My
this one you can see your face better though.
My auntie knitted that jumper. I was obsessed with the rescuers.
Really cute.
I mean, Rescuers were great. I had the Rescuers Down Under. Such a good movie.
Such a good film.
Oh.
Cute.
Oh my god. Liv has not changed at all.
Yeah. I feel like Liv wins. That's so cute. Kirsty.
Oh.
Little blonde hair.
So fair. Look at the
all
snowy
those
hair.
girls.
Blonde? I don't know. Kirsty's not blonde anymore. Right? Like not
Still
like
pretty
that.
blonde. Like a light brown at most, I would say.
Yeah, like me. Like mine was really white. Like white blonde, but then changed.
Because I've noticed when Kirsty dyes their hair, it's like always darker than their roots when it grows out. Whereas mine's always opposite. I always have the dark skunk stripe. It's awful.
Yeah. You're definitely not alone in that. There's a lot of people. Tracy.
I feel like some people definitely change more.
You didn't feel sure about your own, Erin?
In
You
hindsight,
sent me the photo.
in hindsight, I probably could have just grabbed a baby photo of my sister because we looked exactly the same.
Yeah, so anyone could have sent me a picture of just a random baby
find
offline.
any of mine.
Yeah. It blows my mind that people thought my sister and I were twins because I don't think we've ever looked alike, ever.
My sister and I got asked that a lot when she was hitting sort of like late teens and I was hitting like my late 20s. We started looking a similar age and people would ask if we were twins all the time. But we're 10 years apart. We're not even close in age.
Whereas Lisa and I, we're only 13 months apart. And obviously we're both adults now. We're both now mid to late 30s. And it's like, people don't even know we're sisters.
Oh, people don't pin my brother. My brother.
Yeah,
I used to get asked in high school.
Yeah, no different parents, none of that. Just completely.
I used to get asked in high school if my brother was my boyfriend. I'd be like, oh.
Yeah, like genetics are wild.
Yeah.
Genetics are crazy. Like, I love it.
Erin, you had a lot of hair for that age.
Yeah.
I did as well. My hair was like down here when I was 2.
Alrighty.
I don't think first birthday. I think I was like 3 in my photo that I sent in. So
such a cute little photo. I love that little jumper.
See, a lot of people got this one wrong. Interesting.
That's fascinating. That's so interesting.
Never heard
That
about
hat.
this. I was trying to look
Yeah.
up like wholesome crimes because I didn't want it to just be really like gruesome, depressing stuff that would probably make me
Yeah,
not be able to
like
sleep.
some environmental terrorism or something, you know?
Yeah. That sounds like people that have been convicted
Yeah,
of
just some
crimes.
light environmental terrorism and
Yeah, some of
protesting. We
these are
don't
super
wanna
tame.
yeah.
A little bit of vandalism of government buildings. We're like, meh, it's fine.
Yeah, for environmental causes.
Yep, I'm here for it.
This one is super interesting because this lady, she was found to be smoking with another Hollywood star who was a male, and her career was ruined by it, but his was not.
His was fine.
His
Yep.
wasn't. Yep.
Checks out.
Never
But yeah,
is. Yeah.
she plummeted after that and couldn't get roles and stuff, whereas he was fine.
Yeah, because of course, boys will be boys.
Yes, this is an author. I don't think anyone fell for this because I was like, oh, I have to put a tattooed person in and see if anyone
I was like,
falls
this
for
has
it.
to
But
be a
we're
red
so
herring.
past that.
Right? This has to be a red herring. You've given us someone that looks like a criminal. Actually, looks like a criminal. They're not a criminal.
Yeah, because we associate tattoos with criminals. So I was like,
which is wild.
We're all so ahead of times. We are like, no, that's not a thing. So I'm proud of us.
Yeah. It sort of reminds me of all the stuff around the Burleigh Pavilion and not letting people in with traditional tattoos.
Yeah.
Mess that was.
Murderer. Oh my gosh, Tracy. We already established, Tracy, that people like that do crimes are not ugly.
Okay. Honestly, let's be honest. There were probably more female murderers back when they had less rights.
Probably.
I don't call poison a woman's weapon.
We know how to do it quietly, you know.
Find
out.
It's like, I'm so sad that my husband is
wearing your like white nightgown with the fur trim, with your hair perfectly curled.
And in the perfect black with the morning veil later on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, got some mixed ones on this one. I think she's like super pretty. So
is Jade May their nom de plume or? Because I didn't end up watching the things. Is Jade May their nom de plume, like their writing name?
I'm not sure. Oh, I think I just mucked up and didn't put the right name. I got a different person's name there. That's not their name. I think that was like that's another person coming up. Oh,
nice.
I forgot to change it because I duplicate the slides and then edit them. So no, their name is actually Jade Maid. But yeah, not many Australians got this. I was shook.
I knew who he was.
Australians do not know their bogan history. Come on. Police bogan history.
It's the thing that gives him away for me.
Yeah. I chose a less iconic photo, but I still feel like he's kind of recognizable. But I probably wouldn't have got it myself.
I just feel like I'd recognize his eyebrows anywhere.
He's actually kind of hot.
Very
distinctive photo, but the last photo they took of him, I'm like, oh.
Same, Erin. I'm a fucking Kiwi. I know who this man is. I'm not even from Australia. What are you guys doing?
Yeah, so I didn't get it.
Apparently, I'm super un-Australian though because I hate lamingtons and stuff. So I'm like, it's
fine.
We could have an argument about lamingtons and pavlovas right now, but we're not going to get into it.
True. I didn't know there was a beef about lamingtons, but I know about the pavlova one, obviously. Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure lamingtons are just an Aussie thing. We just like to give you shit.
I mean, look, you can have them. I think they're gross, but you know. You get lamingtons in the argument as long as we get to keep pavlova, okay? Without the passion fruit.
We can share them. We can share them. It's not a big deal. Mary Wesley.
I think I tricked
She's a very interesting lady.
Yeah.
This reminds me of that what do you call it? The Ellie Marnie book. That has the women code breakers in it.
Can't
think of the name.
I don't remember what that one's called.
I haven't read that one, but I've heard of it.
It's pretty good. I enjoyed it.
It was good.
I found this one hilarious.
Oh,
I
ooh,
was like, if you're gonna stalk
Yeah.
someone, why Alec Baldwin? Like,
I know, right?
random.
Of all the celebrities you could stalk, why him? But also, she
really
kind of.
weird.
I don't ever want to be mean about the way that someone looks, but she looks like a stalker, you know?
Oh, she's giving Gen X on the internet all
She's
over.
giving. She's giving.
I really felt like her picture looked like an author photo, though.
Yeah, it does look like an author
Mm.
photo.
Yeah. Yeah,
You
have
know that, like, some
respect and
excited.
stalk better people. Exactly. I was just
Actually.
like, that's so random.
That is not a man that is worth stalking.
Yeah.
You went to prison for that?
No, thank you.
A lot of people in the live show were like saying that this guy looked dodgy.
Yeah, that's right.
And then Kirsty was like, no, my favorite author.
So
I was like,
beloved.
I did pick a very seedy looking photo on purpose.
Yeah.
Because he's kind of hot in a lot of pictures. So I was like, this one's like kind of terrible. So I'll use this one. Now you can add should stalk a better person to your list.
Mm.
I mean, I can look up later. I don't remember either though.
It does look like a convention or like a pub.
Yeah, I think he is at a convention.
Yeah.
In the picture, I think he might be having a photo with a fan or something. I'm not sure. So he kind of looks like he's just done.
Plus, a lot of the other pictures, he looks a fair bit younger, so this one might be a little bit more current as well.
He actually a cutie. I just chose a really bad photo because I thought he's kind of distinct looking. I feel like he has a really like cool vibe to him. So yeah, I think this one's really interesting. I think a lot of people did get this though.
Jesus.
Yeah. We were just talking shit about her long ass neck. All I remember from the other
don't
live
need to feel
stream.
bad about this
Like,
one.
why is her neck so long? Why are her eyelashes so big?
AI.
Probably. Really offended that a lot of people put this as criminal. How dare you put my daddy as a criminal?
A shirt is something else.
This is who I'll go to prison for stalking. I'm joking. I wouldn't actually stalk anybody. Oh, we already went that one. Yeah. A lot of people put this as criminal. You knew it was Daddy Flan? Thank you. My dad. My book daddy. I say this as a joke. I don't actually think he's a daddy. I do it as a joke.
Yeah.
A lot of people put this as criminal. I was like,
I love
okay.
Patricia Highsmith.
This photo is iconic.
It is.
Great photo.
Yeah. But it definitely gives like, boss bitch in prison vibes.
Yeah.
Well, as far as I'm aware, I've never been convicted of anything.
Yeah, Aldous Huxley.
And this is definitely the face of the man that would write that book.
Yes.
Definitely.
Terrifying picture.
That book is terrifying. So
yeah, I haven't read it.
I found it. I was like, dear God.
It's so much.
I ended up
much.
what was it? Dropping out of the higher level English that was studying it, and we ended up doing something else. And I was like, bye.
Yeah.
I think I have a copy.
Whoever wrote that is a very unhappy person. So,
God, like some books you read them and you're like, man, you never got hugged, did you? Like, you've never been hugged.
Yeah.
And they wonder why, like, we're depressed. Like, they were even worse. They just took it out on people.
Yeah.
I actually don't mind the book. I think it's interesting, but it's painful.
It's an interesting book. It's so much.
I like the ideas. I don't actually like the process of reading it. But I like the process of talking about it. I think
it's the thoughts afterwards.
But actually reading it is god awful.
Yeah.
Actually,
Ooh, what were these for?
So this was a book that's everyone's liked and disliked this year. So The Tick is the one that they liked.
Yeah, I was gonna say Page would not be House of
No.
I have told Brooklyn
You
that
didn't like Bunny.
Yeah, I've told her that she's wrong.
Stars.
No,
I
my
love
response to
Bunny,
Brooklyn
but-
was thanks, Bunny. Like XXXO and then like bunny emojis. And she was like, I'm triggered, stop.
Yeah. Like I love Bunny, but I 100% understand why other people don't.
It was very
Yeah.
middle of the road for me. It was just a bit too weird, but I sort of got what they were trying to do.
I like
all
It was
of
very
her books.
interesting.
All of her books are fucking wacky.
Yeah, I can't do wacky. I'm not very good with wacky.
I'm very nothing is off limits.
This one was really hard. Like, I feel like I have no idea. I have no idea.
It was on the Love Hypothesis then, and I was about to get very surprised, but I wasn't looking properly.
No,
I'm like, you look.
it.
A lot of people got this one wrong though.
I don't know either of those.
I couldn't decide between these ones because I was like, I feel like these would both be books she would like.
Yeah, a lot of people got it wrong. I mean, I wouldn't know what to pick.
Like my preference is Diavola, but like
Diavola, that sort of looks very sort of sultry from the outside by comparison. So I probably would have that one just because of what it looked like.
It really was.
I haven't read either of these either.
This one.
Frida McFadden.
A lot of people didn't get mine right.
Divisive.
Look at Erin, you didn't get it.
That one, or did I DNF that one? I either didn't like it very much or I DNF'd it.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't get this.
I honestly would have picked the yellow one for you. Definitely.
Yeah, I think maybe one person got it. Erin didn't, so yeah, I wouldn't have thought I would like. I don't like a lot of the like traditionally published.
How bright that is!
Cover books, but
oh wow,
we're gonna be the moon again.
Good thing I have my curtain shut. Shit.
It's a retelling of Mice and Men, and I just shouldn't have gone there because I don't really like.
I don't know why you would want to retell of Mice and Men.
I also found it quite fat phobic.
The
main character is fat, and just a lot of internalized fat phobia that never got addressed. So I was like, ew. And like the ending just didn't fit, but like the ending is going to fit the original. Like I don't really like the original either, but it makes sense, I guess, in a way. Like some of it, but this was
like the book that I wanted to put for my hated book, I actually read years ago, and I was low key like, maybe I should put this anyway. Was like Eleanor and Park, because that book was fucking shocking.
Oh, I've heard so many things about
Rainbow Rowell. Yeah. It's so bad.
I've heard bad stuff.
I've just never read it.
It's racist. It's so bad.
Yeah, I've just avoided reading her books because I heard so many bad things about that one.
Yeah.
Just okay. Oh, I like that cover. I want to read that.
A lot of people got Nell's. Nell really hates The Resort, so
I haven't even heard of that one. Elsie Silver, everybody seems to love them.
I don't, except that one book. I like that book. I don't like the rest.
That one book.
We love
a lot of people got this wrong. So he's just like confusing everybody.
There's another
that
Loki.
That Loki comic was very good.
Also, this is incorrect. It's the other way around, by the way. This graphic is not. It was the fake mate that Sasha liked. Good thing I have a good memory and remembered. Because I was looking at that.
Well, to figure out. It took me ages to work out whether you were being serious or you're being a smartass.
No, it is wrong. I was like,
my brain was like going, hang on a minute.
No, it was
my
wrong.
goodness. Oh, I want to read that Casey Rose book.
Yeah. A lot of people got this wrong. Kirsty got this wrong.
Serious? Yeah, I would have got that wrong.
I wouldn't have known what to pick.
Kirsty.
I was like, I've enjoyed both of these. I don't know what Ren reads.
Yeah. A lot of people got this right.
Down the drain.
Oh,
Down
everyone
the drain
hates
is
Sarah
so
J. Maas
good.
now.
That's right. Emily didn't like that one. I remember reading it with them.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
These are the ones done by Erin. I put both so we can remember and see the great work that Erin did.
The great work that Erin did.
Yeah. A lot of people got this one right. Tutor.
Such a good book.
A lot of people got this.
Isn't Shuet mean owl?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Which I didn't know.
I only know that because of Bridgerton.
I only know because someone wrote it in their comment on the sheet. I didn't know that. A lot of people put pig for this.
Yeah, I was watching at this point, and I remember thinking it was a bit of pig, like vibe of pigs. Oh,
Pig colours.
Yeah, not many people got.
I love this
A lot
cover.
of people got this one. Yeah.
it was dinosaurs. That's right. I just read it, and I was annoyed I couldn't remember.
Nobody got this one. I wouldn't have got it.
What even is that though? Is that a weasel?
Erin told me. I can't remember. It's some kind of like a mongoose, I think. Something similar, but it's not a mongoose. But I think Erin said mongoose would be accepted.
Whenever it's an animal that we don't have here, I'm like, I don't know what that is. But we have like no animals here, so it's all just birds. All we have is birds and moths.
You ever cut is it kakapo? The little walking
Kakapo, yeah. The kakapo is it's a big silly parrot.
It's so cute.
This is one I mucked up. I'm so sorry, Erin. But you can see
that's
now the
great.
great work Erin did. I'm sorry. This one. Boring looking man.
Yeah.
Yes, I got that one right. Because I was watching that one, I was like, I'm pretty sure that's not Kazuo Ishiguro. Because I think Kazuo Ishiguro is older.
Yeah, Kazuo
Yeah.
Ishiguro is like in his 60s or something now.
Mm.
Okay,
He's got like
Junji Ito isn't exactly young either, you know.
No.
I wouldn't have
be
thought he'd
honest,
look like
younger.
that though.
Oh
That's why I
no,
put him
Junji
in because
Ito,
I'm really thought
his
him.
personality is like the
Mm.
opposite of his comics.
Yeah,
like
I
he'll put on
heard.
his cat ears and he'll like do caramel dancing at conventions and shit. Like,
Yeah, because isn't there one about his cats and it's real wholesome?
oh yeah,
Isn't it?
yeah, he is
Yeah.
like the most wholesome little man in the fucking world.
Yeah,
And he
that's
writes
what I was
these,
like.
horrific
I
comics.
It's like he's getting his dark out.
Yeah.
I love that.
I was like, Hayao Miyazaki makes these like beautiful, uplifting films, but in real life, he's just a grumpy old man.
I've heard he's a bit of a POS.
Yeah, he's grouchy. Oh, Junji Ito is so precious. Like, I would genuinely die for him. He's adorable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mainly put this guy in because I think he's hot, but we won't go into that.
To be
Oh
fair,
my
Stevie
God.
Austin's pretty attractive
Why
too,
are you
honestly.
knocking shit fucking over? I didn't even know you were behind the. My cat just came out from behind the curtain and knocked all my stuff over.
Mine's having an afternoon nap.
I swear, if one of the things he knocked over was one of my potted plants, I'm gonna scream. I'm not in the mood for cleaning dirt out of the room.
I'm never in the mood for cleaning dirt.
Mine likes to attack my altar, so she just knocks jars off shelves and stuff, and I'm like, can you just...
Oh, mine's really good about not knocking things over. He's not that interested, but I thought this one was migraines. I couldn't remember though. Oh, Jesus.
Apparently this series ends not great. I've heard iffy things about the third one.
Yeah. I've heard just bad things about after the first one.
Yeah.
Which kind of sucks.
I've heard John Green talk about that rep.
I didn't know that he had OCD.
Yeah.
Oh, my fucking camera disappeared again. There we go.
Mm.
No.
I need to read some of these.
I need to read some of these as well.
I really want to read this one. For sure.
I know a few people with fibromyalgia, so reading Chloe Brown really was quite eye-opening.
Say hi. Say hi to the live stream.
Oh, yes, Alexathonia.
Hi, Kitty.
Oh my God,
look
look
at
at
that
her
little
face.
face. Oh,
I
you
wish
my
we could ever
grumpy little one.
He's grumpy. I took him away from the sunny windowsill.
You're grumpy,
Fair
but
enough
you love
too.
it at the same time. Look at you.
He is
you
so
want to do
sun-kissed and toasty right now. Mm,
Oh my God, that must be lovely.
adorable.
yeah.
And I need to find Pep and get some cuddles.
You can go back on the windowsill now.
I've got a windowsill behind my bed head, and Pep just likes to just sit there and just watch the world.
Oh, both of the cats in this house love doing that.
It's so cute. I'm like, she's watching cat TV.
She is.
You do suffer-a-thon, remind us.
Yes. I was like, it seems like a thing Mina would rate 1 star.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people did get that.
She's sassy, and I love it. Come Blossom, that's so cute.
Someone actually got this. I was like shocked. I was like, I didn't even remember what I called it. So,
Look at the
they're a
eyes.
true one.
Like,
Yeah, I do love this one. A reminder to join the Mystic Readathon if you are wanting to. I thought this was hilarious.
I thought this would have been Gavin. It's a very Gavin
surprised.
thing to read.
look how little his babies are there.
I know. They're all grown up now.
I love how many cat parents are.
Yeah.
Tilly.
My beautiful baby looking very grumpy there.
I mean, we technically did get both Devons on screen. Not at the same time, but technically.
Yeah, she's out there. I don't want to like disrupt her.
Yeah, Pep hides from about 2 to 6 p.m. and just sleeps. We never can find her.
Yeah, cute. Yeah. Tilly's older now, so sleeps more. When she was younger, she was like barely ever slept. She was like, pew, pew, pew.
Yeah, I can see that change in Pepper now.
Yeah. Nobody got this.
Oh,
Understandably, I've never seen that cover before.
I have this book.
God, do you remember when branding on cigarettes was a thing?
I have
started
right?
reading this. I really
We've
like
got those
it.
dumb like muddy greeny brown packs with like the moldy feet on them now.
Yeah, I think you guys did that not long after we did, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got them here.
Yep.
A lot of people got that one. Everybody got this
Yeah.
one. A lot of people got this
Yep. I was so glad.
one.
Never seen
Pig butt. I love how I did it on the butt.
Yeah.
that.
A lot of people knew this one.
John
I wouldn't have
Scalzi.
known what it was called though. Love Saga.
Love it.
I think everybody got this as well.
Yeah,
It's such a distinct cover.
it really is.
Beautiful. Not many people got this,
Oh, really?
which I thought they would have, but I guess it is just random lines if you don't know.
It's just some like ink wash.
Putting
Yeah.
them next to
I
each other,
just
that
thought it was
very
distinct,
fierce.
but I think you put that though, Aaron. I don't know. I feel like you got it right. I don't remember. There was a lot of things to go over. I thought more people would recognize showing the thigh, but I guess so
covers.
many of them have that.
I love book covers like this. They're so funny to me every time.
I love them too. They're so unapologetically
Yeah.
themselves,
Just
you know.
like you do you, boo. Congratulations. Like
I'm the odd one out. I am definitely team cartoon cover.
I think they're
Most
so
people don't
funny.
like these covers.
I
I
think
mean,
they're so funny.
I feel like that the cartoon covers are generally probably better, but I just love this. I don't know. It gets me in the mood to read a cheesy book, you know what I mean? And I don't care.
Well, I feel like you know exactly what you're getting when you see a book cover like this.
Yeah.
It's so nice.
And I like that it's like they're not ashamed.
Know what you're reading. I like if someone's
owning
read
it.
the Brown Sisters, you're going to be like, okay, that's smutty. But like, I like just people not passing judgment. It's like, just let me read my book.
Mhm. I think everyone got this one.
Beautiful cover.
Yeah.
So sad that they changed it. Beautiful.
I would know this cover
I thought
anywhere.
more people would get this too. Yeah, I thought more people would get it.
I've read this book like 6 times.
Beautiful.
I think I've got it. I need to read it.
I love it.
It's a nice version.
Yeah. That cover's cute.
Tricked some people because they're both the same book. I thought that was clever. This is so pretty. I can't deal.
Ooh,
It's such a good cover.
Yeah,
that is
I'm
a
like,
great
oh my gosh, I'm obsessed. It's beautiful.
Both
the covers are
I like the
beautiful.
perspective.
Yeah, that top-down
right?
perspective is really effective.
Yeah.
It reminds me of a manga cover, you know.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Or almost like
a light
old school
novel.
princess.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I love that.
And the last
I like the
round.
original cover too.
Yeah, I knew that was Elliot Page.
I thought more people would know.
Yeah, I've been like obsessed with Elliot Page since forever.
Yeah, who isn't obsessed? Let's be real.
Rebecca.
We all got this, yeah. She pretty.
She's very good.
I was like trying to find an author that's really like glamorous to try and trick people.
And people are all very attractive.
Yeah. I was like, I have to have a generic, like, I have multiple generic, like, old-looking white men to confuse people.
I feel like he photographs really well, though, compared to a lot of old white guys.
Yeah.
I need to read that.
Yeah, I've never read Anne of Green Gables either.
It's so beautiful. I mean, it's not on ADHD, but I'm pretty sure ADHD.
I keep turning away from my mic to try and cough as if my mic isn't just going to follow me.
Is it going to move?
So I'm sorry if I keep coughing.
Yeah, I feel like I missed Anne of Green Gables because I ended up reading. I was a Heidi kid.
I was a Heidi. I have a really old copy of Heidi on my shelf back there from when I was like 3.
I reread
I read it when I was
so many
older.
times and like watched multiple adaptations, and I also got brought up with Little Women adaptations.
Yeah, Little Women.
Yeah,
definitely.
Do you remember Little Men from like the History Channel, like back in the day? Like way back in the day.
Yeah,
good. I loved that.
We're of an age.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Anne of Green Gables, and she is queer in my head. She is bisexual in my head. And I will not let anyone tell me that is not true.
It just makes sense. It just makes
I feel like
sense.
Emma could be queer as well, to be honest. Out of all the classic sort of protagonists.
Yeah. I think nearly everybody got this wrong, which I thought was funny.
I think I've ever heard of him.
He's in Deadpool. I don't know what else he does, though.
Oh!
Yeah, I was about to say, I literally only know him from Deadpool.
Taxi guy, I think. I only seen the first one, so.
Also, this actress, absolutely fascinating. Was murdered young, unfortunately, but super ahead of her time. Iconic. Have you heard of her?
No,
she's awesome.
I'm like,
that is ripe for renewal.
They've got a BuzzFeed Unsolved do her case.
Check that out.
Just the way they were talking about her, I thought she sounded awesome, so I wanted to pop her in. But yeah, I think about her often. I'm just like, gosh, so unfair. I put Willem Dafoe and Stephen King together because I think they look kind of similar, but no,
they have similar cheekbone structure.
I love Willem Dafoe's face, but I don't love Stephen King's. But
no,
Willem Dafoe's face, beautiful.
Willem Dafoe's face.
Agreed.
Willem Dafoe's face is all angles and interesting planes. But Stephen King looks like a Dr. Seuss character.
Thank you. I was thinking that.
Yeah.
I think Willem Dafoe and Jack Bridges have got like really angular faces and very interesting faces that keep shadow and stuff. I feel like they'd be draw.
Stephen King looks like a Dr. Seuss children's villain.
Usually,
He looks like the Grinch.
kind of reminds me of the Whoville people.
I can just hear Aaron being like, "Justice for Tabitha." I had to put this in because I'm like, topical.
Of course.
Yes.
People got
Oh my
it.
god.
I love her.
Because I didn't know if people knew that
Love
she was
her.
an actress, because I didn't know until like
She was on
months ago.
Girl Meets World. She was on Girl Meets World, I think, which wasn't very good. Yeah.
Knew it. And the last one.
I love that photo of her. I love that photo of her
It's a
so
great photo.
much.
It's very cute.
It's so full of joy and it makes me happy.
It is. It makes me happy too. Her books not so much. They're pretty sad.
Yeah.
This photo, yeah.
This photo's great.
If anyone says like any,
heavy.
they are. I only read the group series, I think, of hers. Some of the others I've heard
really
sad things, and I'm like,
yeah, I think all her books are.
I've just got a
pretty
bunch
heavy.
of her books on my TBR. I haven't actually read any of them yet.
I really love this one.
Yeah.
I think this book is great. Really, really good.
I'm actually making effort now to
Just
get through
heavy
all the
though.
books I own.
I need to sort of be surprised by a sad book, because if I find out a book is sad beforehand, I'll avoid it. But if I start crying at the end of a book, I'm like 5 stars.
If I find out a book is sad beforehand, then it doesn't make me sad.
I find sometimes so sad but heavy.
Yeah.
Heavy topics. Rather than like, because I mean it's a romance, so it's happy ending. They're just real. Like they just are real difficult circumstances rather than like although
she doesn't shy away from
go,
things, does she?
No. She does it pretty well. Well, I better go because I need to be
like
somewhere
15
at 3 o'clock. Yeah, and it will take me about 15-20 minutes to get there. But yeah, thank you so much for joining, both of you and everyone in the comments. Thank you for participating in my activities for MS Readathon. The other perk is the 12-hour stream, which, as I said, I'll probably do in October. And I am about to start Nothing to See Here, which was the book people picked.
Nice.
Yeah, thanks everyone for joining. We raised so much. It was great. I hope you all had fun. I definitely did.
Thank you for having me.
And thanks for joining.
Thank you for having me also.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I will end the stream. Thanks, everybody.